It takes an army to make cities. There are a couple more I do need to make sure I ask you before we leave tonight, but I can catch you on a break.
I apologize for the late start, and Happy New Year to everyone. Good to see everybody in attendance. All right. Okay, this is a hybrid meeting of the city council members. This is a hybrid meeting of the city council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. And live Spanish translations services are being provided by tonight's council meeting by telephone. Dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Okay, I will now call the meeting to order and ask the city clerk to call a roll.
Mayor Douglas,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Here.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Teeter,
Here.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim,
Present.
Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. Okay, please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Do any council members wish to amend tonight's agenda? Okay. Seeing none, I need to make a motion in a second to approve the agenda. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
Second, please.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say nay. Motion passes unanimously. All right, 9-0. All public comments, except for those public hearings, will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. We will start with our virtual speakers. First, will the city clerk call the names of the virtual speakers? Please state. Okay.
Carrie Barber, if you're in the meeting, you raise your hand. Mayor Douglas, it looks like Carrie's not in the meeting.
Okay. What about David Rice?
David Price, if you're in the meeting, you can press the *9 feature or raise your hand. Mayor Douglas, it looks like Mr. Price is not in the meeting.
All right, we will now move into our in-person speakers. When you approach a podium, please state your name and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Will the clerk please call on those here to speak in person?
Rana Sanchez.
Good evening.
Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. Happy New Year to all of you. I'm here to see if there's anything you can do with the Reunion Metro District. I understand there were agreements made between the city and the Reunion Metro District that cannot be changed, even though they completely favor the developers and are very detrimental to the people who live in that district on so many levels. But the area I'm requesting assistance with is with their meetings. COVID turned out to be a great thing for the Reunion Metro District. It showed them they could do meetings on Zoom, and that way they will never have to face any of the residents. Prior to COVID, their meetings were in person, and residents actually showed up to the meetings and were able to share concerns with the board members, and they had to respond in some way. Now they don't have any in-person meetings, despite many requests by many of the people that live in Reunion. They are all on Zoom, and that way they don't have to look anyone in the face when they do things like raise our mill levy to 98, which, by the way, I went through the original documents and the service agreement that they have with you guys, and their original mill levy was set at 35. So that was kind of eye-opening to me. Anyway, I don't know if there's anything you can do to hold them accountable to have their meetings in person. I know they pretty much can do whatever they want, and there's nothing anyone can do. But I think the least they could do is have their meetings open. So I don't know if the staff can do anything or if you on city council can do anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in and speaking.
Mayor Douglas, there are no other public comment.
Oh,
Sorry about that, Mayor. Jackie Valdez.
thank you. Good evening, Ms. Valdez.
Good evening, council. Good evening, Mayor Douglas. Jacqueline Valdez, residing at 6796 Albion Street. One of the agendas that I wanted to address tonight to council is I had spoke with Mayor. I was supposed to have my information given to the mayor to have him come out and kind of look around the area, kind of see what was going on with the sidewalks, with the streets, with the trucks, with everything that had gone on. And I was informed by the mayor that he had not received the information yet. So I want to make sure that this evening that we get the mayor the information and try to make an appointment for him to be able to come out and see the situation. I am still dealing with the sidewalks and a lot of ice and snowpack. I've not been able, I tried even doing the front one, and my neighbor come running over and kind of helped me with the front one, but she's just as disabled as I am. But the side one is the one that we have the problem with. It's where the ice builds up really bad, the snow pack builds up. When the plow comes through, he doesn't plow everything on top of the sidewalk anymore, which is a blessing. But he does go out to the street a little more also. So I'm asking for assistance again to help try to get that area cleaned up before someone gets seriously hurt. We have children going to school, and we also have elderly people that do walking in the mornings and in the late afternoons. The other thing is that this issue with the trucks has become such an issue that not only are we having the asphalt, the concrete, the semis, but we're now also having problems with gas companies coming through, with Suncor's gasoline trucks coming through, the semis. Happens in the last week, it's happened a couple of times. And then today, we had propane come through and air gas. So, and this morning they came through with the kids going to school, And so the first one, when he came through, I literally was laying down on the bed and literally felt, the house shaking. And I thought, well, wait a minute, I didn't hear, because normally when asphalt or concrete comes through, they kind of bog their engines down. And I didn't hear that. So then the camera pops off, and I realized it was air gas that came through. And I thought, well, they haven't been coming through for quite some time. But again, they started in today. So, and also the city buses, the city buses have also been coming through, Years ago, we asked for them to put a route through so that we wouldn't have to walk clear to Colorado in 72nd, and they told us they couldn't do that. But yet their buses can come through a school zone. So I'm asking for council for some assistance with this today, because it's just getting out of hand, and it's getting to the point where It's going to damage our homes. Our sewage goes out to 68th. I'm already having problems with that. So I'm just asking for some assistance. You know, I know the officers are doing the best that they can, but I hear that, you know, we're still kind of short-staffed on that situation. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. Are there any other residents who didn't have the opportunity to sign up, would like to come speak during public comments? Okay. All right, public comments are also available to submit written comments online or by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. If a follow-up is necessary, you may be contacted by a staff member. Council members may also address public comments during administrative business later in the meeting. All right, tonight we have one proclamation declaring the month of February as Black History Month, and I will now read the proclamation. All right. Okay, whereas Black history celebrates contributions that African Americans have made to American history in their struggles for freedom, equality, and deepen our understanding of our nation's history. And whereas in 1926, Carter G. Woodson, an associate of studies of African American life and history, launched Negro History Week to bring attention and promote studying Black history as discipline and celebrating the accomplishments of African Americans. And whereas Woodson sought to highlight the contributions and accomplishments to the history of our country that for years had been omitted. And whereas the African American community has endured decades of struggle to be recognized as equals among our fellow citizens. And whereas 1976, as part of a national bicentennial, President Gerald Ford decreed Black History Month a national observation stating we can't seize opportunity to honor and to often neglect accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And whereas during the month of February, our nation takes pause to reflect on the injustice and struggles fought and overcome by African Americans throughout our nation's history and pay tribute to the battles that they have fought in the name of equality. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City proclaim the month of 2024 as Black History Month, encourage all residents to join the celebration, diversity, and continue efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. And witness whereof I have to set my hand, cause this seal to be affixed on 8th day of January 2024. City Council, Commerce City, Mayor Douglas. All right. Proclamation has been read. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Just got to take a moment there because no, I appreciate that. Seeing that, no discussion. Who made the second, sorry?
We have discussion.
Council discussion? Okay. All right. I don't see any names on here. Sorry about that. So raise your hand who wants to speak. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I think it's really important at this time to acknowledge that our mayor, Steve Douglas, is the first Black mayor in Commerce City's history. I think and I can certainly understand why this would be an emotional moment for himself, and for his family, and certainly for this city council. I've had the great pleasure of serving on a city council that's very diverse, and it continues to be so. So thank you very much. I'm so glad that we are observing Black History Month.
Anyone else? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Douglas, for that incredible reading of this proclamation. It is very emotional, and I just want to acknowledge how far we've come and the incredible diversity that is now not only on the council, but within the city. To look around and see how things are changing is very remarkable to me. And I want to thank the other previous Black members of the council who have served, including Renee Bullock, James Allen, Jennifer Allen Thomas, and now I would like to also say congratulations and thank you, Councilman Dukes, for being on the council and making this great achievement, and Mayor Douglas as well. Thank you. And I hope I didn't leave anyone out. I think I got everyone in thanking those who have served on our council.
Anyone else? Also, okay. Also want to acknowledge our city manager, being the first Black city manager for Commerce City. Appreciate that. Okay, so no further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone say nay? All right, motion passed unanimously. Okay, all right. Tonight's oh wait, stop for pictures.
Yes, sir. And just a quick note, we're having some technical difficulties with your ability to raise hands at your seating locations.
I see that, yeah.
So we have IT looking into the matter, just so if you're running into any issues, you kind of know why. But yes, we would love to be able to take a picture of the full council together for this momentous occasion. So if you have a couple seconds, please come on up with the proclamation. We'll have our staff come out and take a photo.
Yeah.
Come on up.
I was reading my cheat sheet.
I didn't hear what was said. I must have missed my all stuff.
items that we needed to discuss, but they want to do it.
Is that unladylike?
No.
Sorry.
Just want everybody to bear for a moment. We're having some technical issues, so we're going to reset the system here. We're going to take a break here for about 10 minutes. Please be patient. Thank you.
Jeff Krabby?
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to talk to him.
you're not?
No, because he wants to meet with council first.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's going to meet with council individually, so I don't know how those appointments are going, but.
in front of the house and just test. It's called a camel. So,
Look at that and let me know.
so he could call me, but basically,
I think I'm in good shape.
CDPHE, if you call it
bother the mayor.
CDPHE and just say, should you do a camel testing? They bring the mobile monitor out. Or have them, email me or call me. Email's better, because then I have a record. And sometimes, when people leave a message, like, did they say 6 or 5 or 9 or whatever? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but he'd just like to visit with you sometime.
Okay. I'm always here on Mondays, and then usually Thursdays as well, as your best week. Yeah.
Hi, Missy. Happy 2024. What did you speak on? Did I just miss you?
You're my nemesis.
Yeah, I think a lot of people's. How was your holidays?
Good. How about you? Did you go anywhere?
I did. I went up to Vancouver for New Year's Eve. But Christmas, I just like to spend with my son. Oh my God, did you freeze your butt off?
No, it was fun.
Nice. Keep doing this to you guys.
I just like to just sign them on the back and take a picture of it and put it in the status. I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, there's another orientation scheduled for February or Friday. You want me to see if we can change it to Saturday? It's at 9 o'clock in the morning. February 2nd. It says from 9 to 1. All right, we'll bring this meeting back to order. So, because a few minutes, get back to your seats. All right, tonight's presentation is the oil and gas monthly update. I will invite Dr. Rosemary Russo to present.
Thank you, and I wanted to begin by welcoming the new council members, Dukes and Teeter, and Mayor Douglas. I look forward to working with you all and my department.
Thank you.
So I'm going to begin with Suncor. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the reporting period November 15th through December 15th. So especially for the new council members, our reports there's always a 2 or 3 week
lag time between when we get these reports and when I can report back on them. So for the November 15th to December 15th period, Suncor had 5 events with 10 permit exceedances. And so up on the screen, you can see the permit limits in blue, and then the violations are in red. And so we had violations, and for each of the pollutants, there's also time intervals for how much they can pollute during a given time. And so, you know, it could be 3 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours. And so for this first event, we had exceedances of sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and VOCs. And then for these next exceedances, they were all related to opacity and then also carbon monoxide. That level was exceeded like 4 times the permit limit. And then we also had a hydrogen sulfide violation. And then the last one is about carbon monoxide again, and then hydrogen sulfide. So all these exceedances are on the webpage. It got updated today. There are also some exceedances in December that they'll report on the next time. There was a exceedance on December 15th and December 22nd, and so again, they will be next month. So switching gears a little, E3 had a meeting or participated in a meeting with the state. The state is going to introduce a environmental justice bill, and part of that bill will cover hiring a refinery expert for enhanced monitoring and root cause analysis. I expressed our concerns about the timeliness and the content of the notifications that we get, and also improved communications about health impacts. So those second and third bullets aren't part of the bill, but that was a suggestion or a recommendation that I made to CDPHE. And then on the GEMS, particularly for the new council members, GEMS was a rulemaking that happened last year. It relates to industrial emissions, and one of the options was to have the industries reduce pollution at the site, and a second option, which the option that the state approved, was a trading program. So we have been asked to participate in the trading program, and those meetings will begin this month. And then switching gears to oil and gas updates. In the realm of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, one of the areas that I'm working on with other local governments is they are doing a new rulemaking about geothermal. And so they've come up with a concept paper. Local governments are providing input. Some of the questions that have been raised are whether these deep geothermal operators should provide pre-notification to local governments. Another one is whether pre-notification should be made to surface owners, building owners, residents, and then also whether the interagency consultation should happen before they approve any of these kind of permits. So this is a work in progress. It's the really beginning of the process, and each month I'll bring forward some of the issues that that they're asking local governments to provide input about. Another one is about having these deep geothermal operations near DI communities. So there's a section about if there should be different criteria for deep geothermal in DIC communities, whether there should be language about the reduced cost and the potential impacts, and then about the approach, how flexible they should be to the needs of DI communities. So again, this is a kind of a complicated technology, and there is a little, I think, misinformation about types of geothermal. So there's basically conventional geothermal, and deep geothermal is a different type of technology, and it's a different, what makes it different is the depth of the geothermal. So a lot of municipalities and residents have geothermal systems. That's a different kind of system than this new rulemaking. So one is like, it's different temperatures, and there's different risks. And even within deep geothermal, there's different kind of systems, and some pose different types of challenges. And so a lot of the local government officials are trying to get up to speed on it. I've been to 2 meetings about it, about different technologies that are in other states, what NREL is doing, and then there is a pilot within the state that I'll talk about a little in a couple further slides. But some of the challenges that needs to be addressed before this technology is allowed within the state is, they're talking about converting existing wells. So it's not just new wells. It's using existing wells for geothermal, re-entering plugged and abandoned wells. It's called a sidetrack, but it's fracking from wells. And so these are all the issues that will be covered in this rulemaking. So the one pilot that's happening within the state is geothermal technologies. So they're piloting this up in Greeley. It's meant to generate like 5 megawatts of energy. It's a closed loop, no fracking. So the heat is underneath the drinking water. And the reason that the Energy Office is so excited about this is that the Denver basin has the perfect temperature for doing the geothermal. And so that's why this is, on the ECMC's radar. And then lastly, switching back to traditional oil and gas, there's an issue going on about these Form 2As and Form 2s. Just as a reminder, so basically an operator fills out a Form 2A, and then they fill out a Form 2. And what's happening is for some of these sites that were pre-mission change, so there was a mission change that said you have to be more protective of human health and the environment. So some of these operators are going back to the sites that were approved before the mission change. And the issue that arises from that is that the Form 2s are administratively heard, and so local governments don't have a chance to give adequate input and update the commission about changes in population. And so this month there is a hearing about a site called Coyote Trails PAD, and it's not within our jurisdiction, but it has a chance to be a precedent setting. And so the local governments have issued a letter, and basically what we're trying to say is that these operators that happened before the mission change, they should not be administratively heard, that they should have a public hearing and allow local governments and the public to provide input. And so that LGC, the Local Government Coalition Roundtable on Oil and Gas, we've submitted letters, and a lot of us will be in attendance for that hearing. And that's all I have for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Russo, and Happy New Year, all that fun jazz. I got no questions for you, but thank you again for the presentation as always. Love the views, by the way, of the one that you sent over from from running. My question is actually more so towards the city manager, Mr. Rogers. I know we've talked about this last year, and the question keeps coming up, and I'm going to keep asking you over and over again. Where do we stand with Suncor to come forward either before council or in a private session or whatever the case may be, so we can have those fruitful discussions?
Thank you, sir, and great question. As I last understand and communicated to the council, the offer remains on the table that they're willing to meet with you all individually. One, to get to know the vice president, to be able to hear your concerns, particularly to the city or to your specific ward, and then determine a path forward. My office remains willing to help engage with you on scheduling those meetings if you would so like, individually or with myself, with you at those meetings. Once again, it's your preference point, but I believe that offer has and still remains to be on the table. It has not been pulled back. It's just more or less if you all want to take that step or, like I said, engage me and Annette to help get those scheduled for you.
I personally would love to meet with them to help voice some concerns that there are, especially in the South. So whatever you got to do, again, just me. I don't know about the rest of council, though. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry about the Councilmember Chacon. Sorry.
No worries, I heard you. Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to meet with Suncor, but I think it's actually incredibly fruitful for us to meet with more than just one of us one-on-one so that we can get many of our perspectives, because it is a historical context, it is an environmental context, it is an economic context. And Suncor, they're a known bad actor to some degree, that to build trust, it shouldn't be just one-on-one, it should be within council. It's incredibly important to have that perspective. So if they're more willing to open it with more than just one-on-one, I'd be willing. Sorry, Rosemary, Happy New Year. I actually have some questions for you. For the sulfur dioxide, is there any way that we can send something about operational machinery maintenance? It feels like a lot of this is particularly machinery maintenance issues. And when the EPA was here, they specifically said they can't do anything about that. And it gets to the point that how many times is when, especially they're citing a minor source, that many minor sources become a major source in permitting?
So I'm looking at Jason, so I can, do you want a letter from us about, a letter from council, me to draft a letter from council to Suncor, or just something more informal like to the
I guess
regulatory personnel there?
Something to the regulatory personnel, honestly, to ECMC, to be able to say that it isn't as though Suncor doesn't know that they should maintain certain operations, especially when they're exceeding this often, specifically things like sulfur dioxide. Over the holiday, I believe it was 530 here. I mean, those increments are what add up to cumulative impacts. So it's asking the ECMC of understanding when we need them to aggregate that permitting. Are they looking at that permitting? Are they paying attention if that permitting is more than just that one minor source, but many things like the machinery that's going to affect the cumulative impact too?
Yeah, you know, the CDPHE just had that new mapping tool, and so I was looking at it and the different facilities, and they have what is on their permit. They don't have exceedances. So I did send a comment that said, you know, it would be helpful to, even if it's a dotted line, to say, yeah, this is, because like you said, within like a year's time, or it does add up. And so there was those two that aren't on the report yet, because that'll be on the next reporting period. Those were two EPCRA ones, which is over 500 pounds in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Those were significant.
And I'm really concerned about the permitting with ECMC overall, is because they keep citing everything as a minor source. There's no major sources cited. And I think within the last, we have it officially, that within the last 4 years, there's been 14,000 permits approved. And 35 of those are within non-attainable zones. So is this also applicable here too? And are they only looking at one permit when that could actually be several permits under that one?
And just to add on to what Rosemary was saying, what we've seen as an opportunity is that when we've actually had you all give us direction on crafting a letter and being specific with some of the things that were of concern, objections, recommendations, we actually did get somewhat of an immediate response from the staff that provided support to the various commissions that had some regulatory overview or oversight, of Suncor. and actually allowed us at the table to kind of talk through what that meant for the community and trying to then implement some of those practices that kind of came from that letter and how to respond. So I think it would be a worthwhile endeavor if it's the council's decision to ask us to craft a letter, to bring that back, to outline some things that you had raised, ma'am, that may be able to catch the attention that at least once again gets a better result as it relates to communication, to response, to coordination, and actually trying to work with Suncor on addressing the operational issues that they're having at their facility. So that's what I would recommend, and obviously you have admin council business to raise that tonight, but once again, just an opportunity for us to once again re-engage back with the state and to come back around the table.
I would completely be down to help with the letter, especially to state agencies, because they kind of live in silos in their own way too. So it may be a bridge between AQCD and ECMC about how permitting is creating this loophole that is creating more and more of minor sources where we can't ask for federal help. Another one, two more, sorry. Another one is the requested C3 participation in GEM 2 trading program. What is that consultation going to be?
So the trading program, if you remember back with the GEMS rulemaking, is that some of the industries will be allowed to trade rather than reduce on site. And so this work group will put the parameters around the trading. So, you know, what's the threshold, and how do you prioritize DICs, and just to put some guardrails around the trading, especially in areas like Commerce City.
Can council members be involved in that space too, to help?
I'm happy to send along your name if you're interested. It's a fairly large time commitment, I have to say. I debated and actually asked Jim Talbot for some advice, because the GEMS really, it's a big time commitment. It's probably like 2 meetings and a month, and then probably 4 hours in between those meetings, and so.
Okay.
Just forewarned.
Thank you.
That being said, ma'am, yes, it's just a conversation with you and your colleagues on what I would call just, you know, taking a position of being able to speak as one voice on behalf of council, and obviously coming back to council, reporting out, talking about matters that may be presented based off of your relevant expertise and discussions that you're having as a body. But obviously, we can facilitate a path to participation. It's just being able to work that through as a group and being able to support you in that effort and in that role.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, the members on it so far, there's people from the governor's energy office. It was kind of interesting. A lot of the people that were at the hearing weren't invited to participate. Like Denver wasn't asked, and Boulder wasn't asked. So I thought that was kind of curious.
I'd ask that they do thorough stakeholder for all sides of GEM 2 to help with that, especially equity barrier issues.
I think there's about 20 people listed.
Okay. Sorry, my last question will be, when you're doing DIC concerns, we're already seeing in a lot of spaces that they're focusing more on cumulative impacts, so they don't have to focus on DIC. It's supposed to be both, not an and/or kind of thing. So how can we support, especially the state, in a lot of legislation where, yes, cumulative impacts is important, but it doesn't always hone to DIC, and if you only look at cumulative impacts, you're not actually seeing where there's a perpetual problem. So I don't know how to address that, but how can we make sure that that's not an either-or issue?
Okay.
And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Happy New Year, Dr. Russo. And I look forward to working with you this coming year, and I think that we can make some great strides in protecting our community. My first ask, before I forget, is when, and I would actually ask this of all the different departments in putting a presentation together, because I like to have my things printed out so I can make notes all over them and not have to worry about technology. But in printing it out, if I have a solid dark background, it takes up a lot of ink. And that's for all of the departments. I would really appreciate it. It looks pretty in the presentation. If you want to do it differently for what's up on the screen, that would be great. But for printing it out, if I could have the letters dark and the background white so that it doesn't take up so much ink, I would really appreciate that. I did not print out your presentation, but I can tell you there was so much information. I started to do a really deep dive, and I ended up spending almost the whole day on the information in your presentation. I am really concerned about this geothermal and the fact that they're jumping into this without really thinking it through. There was a scientist who came and spoke several years back, Dr. Sandra Steingraber, I believe her name is, and she's an environmental scientist, and the reason that she went into this was because she developed cancer. She lived in Ohio where they were dumping waste from industry into the Ohio River, and she developed cancer as a child while it was middle school. And from there, she decided that that was going to be her career path. And when she came and spoke here, she spoke about the dangers of fracking that people don't really understand or realize. And part of that is because with going so deep into the ground, they disturb, it's not a bacteria, but it's like a bacteria, and it's ancient, and it's called archaea. And what it does, it can morph into different things, but it comes up in the water that goes down that it is being used to make the process happen. And that comes back up. So in my research today, I found an article about there is a lot of that in the Denver Jules Basin, yes. And I was also at a conference that was held in Greeley this last summer on energy and environment. And there were different companies that were presenting and pushing this geothermal, and I had a question for one of them, and they were talking about the closed loop system and everything. However, there is steam produced from this, which is water vapor. And I asked, well, have they done anything as far as researching what kind of toxins goes up into the air in this steam? And they kind of danced around my question and really didn't answer it. There are just so many concerns that I have about it. I think we're going to be opening another Pandora's box in doing this without thinking it through. And I know they want to hurry up and find an answer so we can believe that we're getting off petroleum, but we might be creating other problems and issues that aren't being addressed and thought about. And so I would really like to meet one-on-one with you, show you some of the research that I found today, and then I would like to find out about the hearings because I would like to be able to testify. I won't be testifying in behalf of the council as a body, but as a concerned citizen. I would also like to offer my help in drafting any letters that will be going out because I've been doing this for a really long time, and I've been going to testify and attending hearings with the old CLGCC, which is now ECMC, which I'm going to call CECMC because they dropped the Colorado off of it, and we really think that should be put back on. But I would like to offer assistance in preparing letters and having input. Also on, the GEM 2, that's something else we're paying to pollute, and it's really sad that we think that we can just move the chips around and the problem's not going to go away. All we're doing is moving things around and letting those who pollute the most continue to do so. As far as Suncor is concerned, I do not want to meet one-on-one. I think actually I would like to see it where they come not only before the council body, but the public as well, because they are the ones who are being impacted. They're the ones that Suncor needs to hear from. And I would like to, I would like to make that happen. And there's no reason that it shouldn't. It can be done the same way that we did for the Metro District's listening session. And that was, everyone got 5 minutes from both sides to come and speak. And then the council members who were attending got the same amount of time to wrap it up in conclusion. So I really think that in the right kind of setting, that could be very productive. People will know that they have 5 minutes and it's plenty of time. And because it's in a public setting and you're coming to the microphone, we didn't have anybody who was disruptive or disrespectful. And it was a good thing to do. People felt like they were being heard, and our community deserves that. So that's all I have, but I really would like to be involved as much as possible. And again, thank you for the presentation. So much information, and you kind of took my breath away a little bit because I spent the whole day, but it jarred my memory, and thank you for making me think. I appreciate it.
And it is early in on the process, so, maybe at sometime this year, we could have a study session or bring, some of these people in. I think other local municipalities have concern as well. I just wanted to make that distinction because shallow geothermal is a really great renewable resource. So I just want to get that in people's mind to separate out because, at Moab, we use geothermal and solar all day and geothermal at night, and our energy bill was unbelievably low. So they're two different technologies.
And I wasn't saying that geothermal, I'm just saying that we need to look at all sides of it to understand what we're getting ourselves into before we get in too deep. No pun intended.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Happy New Year, Dr. Russo. Thank you so much. A few things here, just to help people who were listening. A Form 2 that ECMC uses is for directional well bores, and the 2A is for sites. So municipalities, counties would approve or disapprove a site or put conditions on the site, while ECMC makes decisions about everything underground. And at this point, ECMC is saying, once the government entity approves a site, then we can automatically approve the directional well bores, which is the fracking part of it, underground. I just want to make that clarification for folks who might be new to the topic. On the question of community notifications from Suncor, I appreciate that we were getting notifications from the city manager over the holiday, but for those of us who were signed up for Suncor's notifications, we were not getting them. So that means the community at large was not receiving notifications about any of these exceedances. And that's very concerning to me. I get them both by email and by text. So there's two ways that they can reach me for a notification, an exceedance notification, and they were not coming out. We were only getting them from the city manager, so that needs to be dealt with CDPHE. They need to be informed that they are not keeping up their part of the bargain on the penalty that they had to pay. That was part of the penalty, is that they had this notification system for the public.
Yeah, I did reach out to CDPHE on both of those. One on that December 15th, because the notice didn't come till December 18th, and then also based on the quantity, there should have been an EPCRA notification. So I've had multiple emails and telephone conversations with CDPHE about it.
Good, good. And we probably do need to take a bigger look at the geothermal question because, as you know, we have this history of earthquakes in Commerce City. So if they're using methodology that is similar to fracking, which is also similar to injections, then that would be important for us to take into consideration before we start,
Yeah, the hot rock one has seismic implications is how they describe it.
Right. And are we involved in the cumulative impacts rulemaking for ECMC? I hear you are for geothermal, but I didn't hear anything about cumulative impacts, which is going on right now.
They did have those, I think you were at the Yellow Rose meeting. They've had meetings in town. I listened to the next week's one because we had EPAC the same night they had Yellow Rose. And I don't think it was noticed very well. And so I did contact them and say, I wasn't even aware of it till I got a notification, an email from an environmental group. And so I've made them aware of it. And they were actually very responsive, and they said they would come to EPAC and they would talk about any issues that we have. And so they were really very accommodating.
Okay, that's good. And there is a difference in how you can look at cumulative impacts. So you could have wildlife and environmental and, injustices where people live and all that other kind of stuff. That's one version of cumulative impacts. The other version of it is propensity, intensity, frequency, and that could be a whole different definition. So I think that'd be important. My final question is, could you update us on the grant, give us more details on the EJ grant that you're doing with EPA?
Sure. So again, it's preliminary, but so the whole idea of that grant, that's the EPA EJ Community Capacity Building Grant. So that's due in a few months. I've had initial conversations with, so it has to be a local government and a community organization. So that meeting that we had over at Eagle Point, there was a lot of great community groups there, but I've had initial meetings with Black Parents, United Foundation, with Cultivando, with Green Latinos. The good thing that came out of GEMS is that a lot of these environmental justice and environmental groups got to know one another very well in the process. And so, and also with the local government. So with Denver, Kasser, their environmental justice, Jorge, has facilitated some meetings with community groups. And then also the whole idea is to have different workforce development. So workforce development in terms of high schools, so Adams 14, I've had a conversation with, Prairie View, and STED, and the idea is to do training about restoration and EJ and renewable energy, and then also non-traditional students. So there are great grants. So say I wanted to learn to do solar, since it's traditionally a male skill. If somebody goes to a community college, they can get a grant for that. So I've talked to Front Range and DU. for the other end of it. So we could do it at the high schools, we could do it during the school year, and then intensive training in the summer. But the whole idea is the students could get AP credit for it. And then we could also reach out to our community members that may not have gotten a high school education or might not be making a livable wage, and then we do training here in town. So it'd be training about forestry, training about solar technicians. And so there's like different categories for that grant, but workforce development will be part of each, so it's 3-year grant. So the way the draft is now, one would be on solar, one would be on regeneration and restoration, and one would be on active transport.
Well, whatever works best for the students in Commerce City to make just transitions, I think would be best. And whenever you're explaining these things like geothermal and GEMS and et cetera, to tie it back into the impact on Commerce City would be really helpful, because I think we need to understand better how this would help us, what it will address, and what it can correct if blank occurs. That make sense?
Yeah, and the idea is some of the projects could be, so say if it was a food forest or a community garden, it could be at one of our, affordable housing units or somewhere in town, so it benefits the activity, not only benefits the students and their training, but it benefits the community and our sustainability goals.
Right. All of these things that you bring forward are important, and it's important for all of us to understand how it actually affects Commerce City. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Dr. Russo, it's nice to meet you officially, and thanks for all the work you're doing. Thanks for the presentation and just the expertise you bring here to every council meeting. I just have a couple questions. This might be geared toward City Manager Rogers as well. And with the presentation, you'd be able to provide a lot of the data, and I'm curious, how does this sit and fit within our bigger strategic plan? Do you already have an idea where that will sit? I'll pause there. That's the first question.
So, Armando, do you want to take it or should I? So Armando and I met when they were developing the strategic plan to make sure that we integrated the sustainability action targets, and we worked together on maybe a half a dozen areas and coming up with measurable targets. And I think I have a meeting with Trenton this week too, so they align.
Okay.
Is the short of it.
And I'm glad to hear that. And the other part of that is, as we think about presentations, I worry some about the data in general, and I think it's an issue. But also, I'm curious, like, where do we go now? And I'm thinking, is it possible to connect it to the strat plan? Because there's a lot of work and effort put into that when you present to say, okay, here is the data, here's what's happening. And when I look at where it would fit, if it's a part of, you mentioned a number of things. If we think about economic development, upskilling and reskilling a community with the workforce stuff you chatted about, that's a big piece of that, right? And then also the idea of, holding Suncor, and working with them and thinking through what that looks like. But when I look at the dashboard, I'll be curious if that's something we can move forward. And as we have these conversations, it'd be great to say, are we moving forward on the set goals as a city? And if not, what's needed from the council to help us move forward and have these discussions? So I just want to put that out there and just a statement if you have any comments or.
No, I would say, I think you're spot on, sir. There's a lot of cross intersections with what Rosemarie is speaking before you tonight with respects to grants, opportunities with helping to improve the financial and educational literacy of our community, both from disproportionately impacted up to those that are well-learned. So it's an opportunity that then ties back into the economic prosperity that we've been talking about as a goal within the strat plan. But it also then feeds itself back into what's become a backbone of what we've heard from the community that has been voiced through you all as part of the strategic plan and the actual sustainability action plan. Yeah. And that, like I said, crosses all over into those other goals. And I think what you'll find when we are able to begin demonstrating the metrics that are tied into the objectives and the targets that were set within the plan over the next 5 years is that you'll start to see those results that are both result and action-based, tied from a lot of these conversations being held.
Okay. And is it possible to add that to the presentation, like at the very end? Okay, here is the data, here's the the things that we notice, and here's where it connects to the action plans or milestones or the dash. So I have a bird's eye view. I think as a council, we have a bird's eye view of where we're moving forward in addition to the details or the runway. I would value that as well if that's possible. If that.
Yeah, I think what we can do is at least take it back, talk it through with our staff, see what limitations, if any, exist with the systems that we're using to help communicate that broadly.
Yes.
But I think at a main, well, we can find some creative way to be able to communicate how all of this is lining back up to the larger goals at the end of these presentations.
Thank you, and I value it. And another comment, I would also be open to meeting with Suncor individually, and I respect my colleagues on the dais around the different challenges of doing individual or doing as a group. And I want to lean on, let's start building this relationship again, and then hopefully in time, in a short amount of time, a sense of urgency, we can have larger discussions in the public or small groups. But I want to begin to, meet them where they're at. If they extended that offer, I want to take it up, and I'm open to that.
The only thing I would add is, we have quarterly environmental updates, and those really go more into like the targets and how we're getting there. So like a target would be, we're going to increase renewables by this percentage, and so part of that is going after the grants, or we're going to improve the air quality at this level, and so part of that is like the small equity grants for small businesses, or there's an industrial grant that we're trying to go after these larger emitters, and say, here, we're giving you the money, and we're helping with the process for you to do it. And so everything out of E3 is looking at economic, environmental, and social. So we have the triple bottom line in our metrics.
And I agree, and that's where the comment around, is there a way we can capture that as the strategic plan, right? And thinking through, one, the successes that the E3 is having with being able to cross-compartmentalize and work across different departments for the success of the city. And I'm ultimately excited about how do we capture that in a way that's forward momentum, right? And begin to say, okay, here's what we're doing. And then it helps have a dialogue for me around what's missing, right? So if as a support from our leadership, from the council here, like what's missing in a part of that conversation if we're not hitting the targets or milestones that we have set forth in strategic plan. I love to enter that dialogue as well in time. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
Ms. Russo, I got a couple of questions for you. I'd like somebody to explain to me what it means when you're saying 500 pounds have been released for 24 hours. What can we compare that to so that I can figure out just how dangerous it is? How many jet airplanes does it take to put up 500 pounds?
That question I cannot answer off the top of my head.
Well,
But what we compare it to is what is in their permit limit. So they have the permit limit was this amount of sulfur dioxide in 24 hours. And so when they go over that, that's when it's an issue. And basically, when CDPHE sets the permits, they also look at what else is around. So what kind of pollution are we getting from having 3 highways? What kind of pollution is emitted by the buildings? And basically, CDPHE's job is to look at this as like an air shed and say, how much can this air shed take without theoretically impacting people's health? And so CDPHE's role is to make these permit limits, looking at what Councilmember Noble and Chacon was saying about these cumulative impacts of if you have oil and gas and you have highways and you have, this and that, how much could be released without affecting the impact of people's health. And so that's really how that number comes out. And it's the same thing with streams. So when they do these permits for streams, they look at the stream, they look at what the stream is used for, and that's how they set the pollution limits.
I'm just looking at it for health reasons, but
I'll
I mean, how long are we gonna live if it keeps up like this? Are we down to months or weeks or, you know, there's gotta be some way we can compare it to something that we can associate it with.
Well, on the website, there is the community monitor data, and it will say, so hydrogen, so if there's a release of hydrogen sulfide, it'll say, these are the short-term effects, these are the long-term effects. The issue in this community is that there are multiple stressors. So it's not like, you know, for me, I might be more sensitive, and so 500 pounds of hydrogen sulfide around me,
Will take you down.
if I'm not healthy, could impact me more severely than you. And so it really depends on so many different issues and people's general health.
Okay, well, I thank you, and I would be interested in getting a meeting set up also with Suncor, and if another council person would like to join me that don't want to go by themselves, I think Suncor would probably be okay with that. They're just worried about getting ganged up on and getting beat up like a pinata, is what I'm, just from sitting back and looking at it, that's what it looks like to me. And I think they're willing to talk to you, but, and answer your questions, but I'll find out when I talk to them. But I have some questions I'd like to get answered, but I am very excited about your geothermal program. It just looking, you know, back in the 20s, that's how they made all these factories work, with steam. You know, it turned the wheels, and it made things happen so they could make things, and they're looking at the same type of thing today, and it's not as bad as fracking because they're not putting a lot of pressure on it. I realize the holes are like 7 miles deep, but that's a long ways down there. But the way I understand it, they're just pumping down one hole and with H2O, water, and when it's hitting the hot spot, it's getting the temperature up above boiling, 212 degrees, and coming back up and turning a turbine, and you don't have to burn gas, you don't have to burn coal.
Or even simpler ones are, you know, like we're looking at maybe the new police station having a geothermal system.
But that's a whole different ballgame, because
Yeah,
that just
that's
goes
the
down a little
different-
ways, and that probably keeps the temperature around 45 degrees. Am I right?
50 to 55.
Okay,
So
which
so
is
it
better,
heats
yeah.
it heats in the winter and cools in the
To
summer.
where the deeper you go, the hotter it gets.
Yeah.
And then you can create steam by putting water down there, and you don't have to rely on the sun coming up to make your solar work.
Yeah,
You
so
don't-
the Greeley pilot has, it's like the facility will be like a steam electricity powerhouse.
But there would be some pressure going down there, because, I mean, when it comes back up, it's gonna take some pressure to build before they can turn that turbine. So there is gonna be a little pressure, but it's not gonna be like fracking, where it's cracking rocks. But,
Not with all of them, with
No.
some of the technologies.
Anyway, I'm excited about that, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Russo. You're not done yet. Thank you for your presentation, and Happy New Year. Is this Operation Greeley, is that part of Excel or PSCO? I mean, they're the same.
It's a private company. It's called Geotechnology. So they have partners. Johns Hopkins is their partner, and NREL. And so they're just starting to reach out to different utilities.
Okay. All right. So this is more like a pilot program then?
Yeah, it's a
basically?
pilot. So they're thinking 5 megawatts for this, up to 20, which could be like a fourth of like Denver's energy. I mean, it has
Right.
potential for a lot
'Cause-
of energy.
Yes, because per 1,000 megawatts is equivalent to heat, putting energy to 1,000 homes. Now, you know, this whole process with SB 181, and this typically almost the same thing, is they have to go through rulemaking. So is this going to be another 5-year process?
They're trying to fast track it. because it's a priority of the the Colorado Energy Office. And so, I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was a little longer because it's new and
Yeah,
we want to make sure we address challenges, so.
okay. And then as far as City Manager Rogers, as far as Suncor, well, I'm sorry, just to Dr. Russo. Does Suncor, do they have a bag house on the facility? Do they operate those as far as, because that collects a lot of particulates, even the small ones?
Yeah, but the main issues for them are the flares,
Okay.
yeah.
Now,
And tail gases that they can't put in a baghouse. And so that's a reoccurring
okay.
issue.
Now, I know last report you made before council, you talked, well, someone had asked about flaring, whether it's 4 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours. Did you have any information on that?
So,
Like what they're permitted to do?
so their permit, they could do it for 24 hours, but I would like to follow up with, was it your neighbor or your friend? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then City Manager Rogers, as far as Suncor goes, what is the hesitance on them coming here? Because my previous time on council, we had representatives from Suncor come in, whether it was someone in their governmental affairs to come in and report. So we did have someone, didn't have to be the president or the vice president. They do have other staff that actually, go to the state, different air quality meetings, and they're there. So what makes them hesitant to come in here and speak?
I can't say word for word, but I think the takeaway that I get is the assumed potential discussion around the table with council, the interaction, the engagement around the discussion that would occur, and truly determine what's the outcome that will be from the meeting. And I think where they are left still trying to understand is what is this council looking to accomplish in a conversation of them coming before you all as a body. The advocacy, I think they understand there's a desire to improve the operations to be better for the community. I think that goes without saying. But I guess what else are we as an organization, and specifically the council as an expectation from the policy, leadership, and guidance perspective, looking for Suncor to accomplish, to achieve? And I think without, in their minds, without having a better understanding of that, it's hard coming before and just having a conversation. And I think that's why the offer of trying to sit down individually to understand the concerns that you all respectively may be hearing from the community independently as a whole, and then trying to develop themes that may come from that and to say, okay, what do we do next, city? Because this is what we're hearing from you, and this is what we're hearing from the community, because what they've also shared with me is that they have the ability to go have those meetings in the community, and that they do so, they're willing to do so, have done so in the past. So to them, they're trying to go back to what are we trying to accomplish in that conversation at the end of the day. And I don't think they have felt that they have clearly heard that from the body about what that engagement would be.
Let's see. Okay, next question. Is there still a lawsuit in the pipeline from the city against Suncor?
And Mayor, if I may, there has never actually been a lawsuit between the city and Suncor. We did a notice under a number of statutes a couple years back, but the city has not initiated litigation against Suncor.
Okay. Well, being the mayor, I would like to sit down and talk to them because I think it's embarrassing that they haven't shown up. And, since my time on council. And if they're going to be good neighbors, it's almost like you have a dog that always barks. Your neighbor's not going to come talk to you about their dog. You got to go talk to them. So I'd be willing to go discuss with them, because it's not going to be one of those conversations where, Happy New Year and welcome to Commerce City. It's going to be, why haven't you shown up? Why haven't you come and put your face out to the community and put those things out there? The community wants to hear from you of what you're going to do to help make things better, because they're not going anywhere. And I'm sure people who live around this facility is not going anywhere either. And then there's been pressure, they just got their permit restated and all that. But, this is going to be a long, hard battle. And the toxins that they're producing, I mean, we're talking, it's mostly sour crude. It's not sweet crude. And it's from Canada. So I think we need to do better. We're going to be bringing that type of product into America. We need to make sure the people who live here don't suffer for what they're putting out. So, just put me on the list and we'll see what we can do. Councilmember Ford.
Yes, to City Manager Rogers, put me on that list as well. And if someone wants to join me, one of my colleagues, that's fine with me as well.
Just open meetings. Note if it's likely that more than 2 of you would show up to any meeting, we would have to notice that. Not that that sounds like an issue, but just please let the clerk's office know if more than 2 of you are going to show up.
Thank you for all of that. We will make sure, for those who would like to sit down, we will be with you. Councilmember Douglas, I do want to point out, I know that you had made a point about still trying to think about that community workshop. Like I said, I'll take all of those items back to Suncor. And once again, see where they fall, see what they're willing to do, what they're not willing to do. But at a minimum, we will at least communicate what we've heard back from the council tonight and get things scheduled.
All right, appreciate that. And thank you, Dr. Russo, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
You're free to go. All right. All right, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion in a separate vote. Do any council member wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like the motion to approve the consent agenda as listed.
Okay, Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Okay. Have a first and a second. Will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the December 4th, 2023 regular meeting. Minutes of the December 11, 2023 regular meeting. Minutes of the December 11, 2023 organization meeting. Minutes of the December 12, 2023 special meeting. Minutes of the December 18, 2023 regular meeting. Resolution 2024-006, a resolution authorizing award of contract for Allied Universal Security for Uniformed Armed Security Services. Your vote is open. Councilmember Teeter.
Okay, consent passes 9-0. All right, our next item, the resolution. Resolution 2024-003, appointing Lee Zarzynski. Am I saying that right? Zeki, Lee Zarzynski, as city attorney. I will call Eva LeBoint, Director of Human Resources, to introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, and Happy New Year. For the record, I'm Eva Labonte. I'm the Director of Human Resources. And I am just reminding you of the process that we went through to get to this resolution. So last summer, you had directed the Department of Human Resources to conduct a full nationwide search with partnership with Strategic Government Resources, or SGR, which is an executive recruitment firm, to search for our next city attorney. And after several rounds of assessments, on December 18th, 2023, the full council did choose a top candidate and provided direction for us to work on negotiations for an employment agreement. So if you approve Resolution 24-003, you would be agreeing to the attached employment agreement and naming Lee Zarzeki as your next city attorney effective February 15th, 2024.
All right. How about, let's see. I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2024-003. Councilmember Dukes?
I move to adopt Resolution 2024-003.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2024-003. Is there any discussion? Council? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Eva, for doing a spectacular job in running the search and the interviews. And I'd like to congratulate all the candidates who made it to the final round. Really tough decision, very tough to make. The candidates were, they went above and beyond. And I just want to thank you for your hard work on that. Secondly, I'd like to thank Sarah. You have done an incredible job as the interim, and I look forward to working with you while I'm on council, because you picked up the baton and you ran with it, and you did a really fantastic job. And so I just want to thank you for that, and I want you to know how much you're appreciated and how much everyone enjoys working with you. And yeah, you're really good at what you do, so thank you. And then I would like to congratulate Lee, and thank you for all of the work that you did in putting your interview together, because you did a lot of research and you went above and beyond, and that was quite evident. So congratulations. And I guess that's all I have. I did want to say that I thought it was a really good idea to bring in an outside firm to help with the interview process. I think it kind of took away some of the feelings that you had to personally. It just made it easier. So thank you for bringing in that third party, because it seemed like it was a hard road coming before that decision was made. So again, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councilmember Kim?
First and foremost, to Mr. Zarzeki, congratulations on being the top candidate. Obviously, if you are approved, you got big shoes to fill. If you are not approved, I'm sorry. Secondly, I want to also address specific to interim city attorneys that we had previously, Mr. Hayter, and also interim city attorney, Ms. Geiger. I just want to extend my sincere gratitude for your dedicated service for our city. Your leadership and commitment have been instrumental in driving positive change and progress within our community. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. And we truly appreciate all that you have done for the betterment of our city. You were thrown in, essentially. I remember how that all went down about a year ago, and maybe not even a year ago. So I just want to say thank you for your commitment, your dedication, your support to council, to myself as well, being able to be available and responding whenever needed. And thank you so much for all the information that you've shared with me. And as always, I really appreciated running with you as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
I just want to echo a number of the comments, and Sarah, I want to thank you as well for your service. Anytime you jump in a role, as interim role, and the service and the commitment, the late nights, the desire to serve the community, it like Councilmember Kim mentioned, it doesn't go unnoticed. And so I haven't been on council long, right? But the connection and the resources and the expertise that you share and have already is evident. And so I want to thank you for that. And Lee, I want to congratulate as we go through a motion and go through the official vote. But I think your commitment to wanting to serve Commerce City residents is clear, and it's the desire to be here in the city is something that stood out. And I want to thank you for, again, what Councilmember Douglas mentioned, the preparation and the desire to be here makes a difference for me as a council member. So thank you.
All right. And I'd like to say to interim City Attorney Geiger, I appreciate your work. I got to work with you when I was on planning, and I learned a lot. And it's unfortunate it put you in this hot seat, also intern Matt Hader as well. And it's been very difficult. Commerce City is a very complex city. We have a lot of issues going on, and we are a growing city. And we have a lot of things going on 7 days a week. And so I appreciate everything you have done, and even sticking around and making sure that you can help the team as well, because it's going to be big shoes to fill, because you have that institutional knowledge, and that's what most candidates didn't have. So, and to our candidate who's before us to vote, or not candidate, but our attorney that we were going to vote on, Lee. Let me get this right. Zarziki, all right?
Zeki.
Okay.
Lee Zarzeki.
Skip that. I appreciate what you have done as well coming forward. It was a hard process. And I thank council here for showing up and going through that process, because what makes things work is because the council showed up and wanted to put an effort to see exactly who they wanted to see in that position. And that was hard. It wasn't easy. So, and thank you, Eva, for what you have done as well. I think my time at council before, as far as hiring outside, bringing somebody in as a third party, this has been a great opportunity, and maybe we can get some of these other departments filled as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, City Council Ford. Councilmember Ford. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Eva for her team and all of the work that she did to get us to this point. Again, thank you to Sarah and Matt for being here in the interim, and congratulations to Lee. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, seeing no further discussions, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those say nay. All right, the motion passes unanimously, 9-0. Mr. Lee, would you like to come forward and give a presentation?
Thank you all very much. It's good to see you all again. Happy New Year. I stand here humbled by this opportunity. The last several weeks have been an absolute whirlwind. When I walked out of our last interview, I called my wife and said, I really want this. And that is due in large part to all of you and to your staff Frankly, the first moment I walked in, it was very clear to me what the strategic plan was of the city, what the proposed future of the city is going to look like, and I'm all in. So sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with all of you.
And I just want to note too that you are our first African-American in this position as well for the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's, public hearings? All right, tonight we have a public hearing on case Z23-002. I will remind council of the following and only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you are wishing to participate in this decision. You may only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, apply those facts and the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will now invite the city attorney to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Will you please let the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mayor.
I will now open the public hearing. Sorry, I should have done that after. I will invite Stacy Walzing, Principal Planner, to make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I am here to present this case to you, which is a requested zone change. So to orient everybody a little bit here, see Quebec Parkway, and then the existing blue area right there is the existing water treatment facility for South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. And the area outlined in red is the area that is under a request for a rezone tonight. It is currently part of the Prairie Gateway or Victory Crossing PUD, and the request is to extend the public zoning into this area to allow for a potential expansion of the public zoning.
Sorry, give me 1 second here. My screen's not working on my side.
Do you see public hearing on your screens?
No, not on mine. Everyone else has theirs. Oh, here it is. There you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. You may proceed.
So to summarize a little bit more, this is adjacent just west of 7400 Quebec, which is the existing water treatment facility. The future land use in this area is commercial utility. The change to public would allow for an expansion of the water treatment facility by conditional use permit. So the application here tonight is sort of a first step in this project to allow the change of zoning, which would then be followed by public hearings for a conditional use permit to allow the specific water treatment facility use. And the site being requested to zone change to public is just under 10 acres. And so it is currently a vacant piece of land that is part of the it's part of the Victory Crossing planned unit development. That zoning document, PUD, allows for a number of commercial uses on this site, but would not allow for a water treatment facility. There's a few details here of a 1,700 or approximately 17,000 square foot building. The purpose of this new building would be to treat PFAS in the community, and let's say that the water district is here, and they also are here to present and can answer some of the additional questions about operations. But as part of the conditional use permit application and public hearing, that's where we would go into a lot of the very detailed operational information about this facility. So you'd get a lot more detail on the building and all of that as part of that application. The rezone is required to even allow the water treatment facility by conditional use permit because the existing PUD zoning does not allow for it. So this is a snippet of the future land use plan. Outlined in yellow there is kind of the existing utility facility, and then the area is looking to be expanded to. Here is a site aerial of the existing facility in yellow there. And then in red is where the proposed expansion zoning area would go to. I'm gonna note on the bottom there that yellow flag lot is an existing access point out to Quebec Street on the west, and then there is an existing access point out to Quebec Parkway, which would be the primary access for both the existing facility and this expansion would go through the Quebec Parkway entrance. There are a couple of existing site photos showing specifically from Quebec Street because this rezone request is for that west side of the property that we're talking about here. So the proposed use in the concurrent applications is consistent with the request for public zoning. The development review team agencies did review the project and have no outstanding comments or objections for this zone change application. And there's sufficient evidence in the record to demonstrate that the rezoning meets the approval criteria in the Land Development Code with one condition, which I will show you here, a proposed condition, is essentially that the property be combined or platted with the existing facility. And that's to meet some code requirements for both the conditional use permit and the zoning here. And this, the wording on this proposed condition is just a little bit different than it has the same effect as what the Planning Commission recommendation was, but has a little bit of a tweak to the wording for some recommendations from legal review. And so with that, the public comment, we did get a number of contacts from the public asking questions about this application and about the conditional use permit. And the Water District did hold a neighborhood meeting for the conditional use permit on November 29th. We'll have more information with that again with the conditional use permit application as well. And so for the case considerations, the zone change is consistent with the comprehensive plan goals. It does allow for this site to develop the adjacent property in conformance with the existing facility and serve future utility needs. And it is supported by the E3 division of the city. The Planning Commission held a public hearing, took testimony, and voted 5-0 to forward this case to City Council with a recommendation for approval with one condition on November 8th, 2023. Stated here is the approval criteria from the Land Development Code for a zone change application. We can go through in more depth if the council would desire, or the end to state that the applicant is also present to answer questions and they have a presentation as well. And so with that, staff will conclude our presentation and answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, do any council members have any questions for staff? See no questions. I will now invite the applicant forward to make their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council.
I got it. Excuse me. So, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Kip Scott. I am the Special Projects Manager for South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Abel Moreno, the District Manager, is with me tonight to help answer any questions that may come up. The public hearing tonight is specifically to focus about rezoning. So I've got a presentation that talks about more technical details, but in respect of your time, I want to try to keep this short and really focus on the rezoning aspect. I also want to recognize city staff who have helped us get through this process. It's a complicated process, but they've been very helpful in guiding us through the rezoning. Next step being the CUP, as Stacy mentioned, and then a development plan, and hopefully a building permit at the end of that process. South Adams County has been working on, make sure I get the right button here. We've been working on this PFAS issue since 2018. We identified we had PFAS in our raw water source. We needed to come up with a solution to treat that so that the drinking water that was supplied to the residents of Commerce City did not have PFAS in it. We have been effectively removing PFAS with our current treatment facility, but it is not sized or not capable of meeting the long-term goals of the city, build out of the city, without additional treatment capacity. Our whole goal is to continue to supply high-quality, reliable drinking water, comply with the anticipated EPA regulations, which we do anticipate are going to be promulgated within the first quarter of this year, 2024, that we will have standards promulgated by the EPA that will have to be met. So the construction of this treatment plant is not to meet some guideline, it is to meet a regulatory parameter that we will be required to meet. The district feels we've been ahead of this process because we identified it in 2018. We've done a lot of work to evaluate the most economic and efficient process for the district to move forward, and that's why we're in front tonight about this rezoning application. Real quick here, this isn't as good an aerial as staff had, but the project area is outlined in red. And why this is the most economical section or option for the district to build this facility is down, I don't know, is that a pointer? No. In the left-hand corner is our security access gate to the site. That is also the location where all of our raw water comes into the current Klein water treatment facility. So we have 3 distinct well fields. All that water comes in at that point. So we did evaluate other options for this treatment facility, but the most logical option is at this point, at this property, because that's where the raw water comes in. If we built the facility at any other location, the water would have to come back here to the Klein because it still needs to go through the treatment processes that are at the current Klein facility. So again, this was the most economical location for the district to build this, and that's why we chose that site. It's undeveloped property right next to the existing water treatment plant. This is an aerial view of the site layout. What the building that's in the very center, or the rectangle that's in the very center, will be the building. We've also identified another future expansion that might be to the right, but that is not part of this proposal or not part of the construction process that's moving forward at this time. Staff did recognize that we had a neighborhood meeting to meet with the residents that are directly west of the facility. We did have some comments from them and are working with them, want to try to be good neighbors, and over the extent of this process going through the conditional use permit and the development plan, we want to try to come up with good plan for helping develop a screen for the lights that come off the facility and also the sound that comes off the facility. With that, I'm going to pause and ask if there's any questions that I can ask to try to keep it short, or any questions that I can answer.
Any council members want to make a comment? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I'm glad you have this particular slide up. So it's a road that's going all the way around. So the areas that have the cross hatching on it, I know that it represents a potential building to the right. What about the border on that drawing with the cross hatching on it around the road? What does that represent? Is it going to be vegetation or?
The area to the right of the crosshatch?
No, it's surrounding the road. I don't know if cross hatching is the way to describe how it's represented on the diagram. So using the same kind of pattern on the potential building that's to the right, and then on the border. I don't know how it could be more.
So the area between the facility that will be constructed, which is the rectangle right in the center.
Right.
And then going to the left is property.
roadway, right?
We have a lot of underground utilities there that there will not be any future construction on that. And then Quebec Street is to the left. And north of the site at this time, we have not identified what we would use that for future use. This
Okay,
area
so
represents
it's just representing something that might be there in the future, like the building?
Well, this area represents about 3 acres of the 9.7 acre parcel. And we have not identified what we would potentially construct on that northern, say, 6 acres. At this time, we have evaluated it for future treated drinking water storage, but that's not part of our master plan at this time.
Okay, so there probably wouldn't, yeah, that's what I was asking about. Yeah, that's what I was asking, but I don't know if I'm clearly communicating what my question is, but.
She wants to know right next.
So for right now, I'll assume that might be landscaping or something like that. So in the future, you would not be anticipating any other buildings going in closer to the residents?
That is correct, and Mr. Moreno helped me understand your question. I apologize.
That's all right.
So that just represents landscaped area that it's basically a berm. This area, the site itself is about 6 feet lower than we need. We have to build that up, and that represents a berm that goes around there just to get back down. So
Thank you so much.
We do not anticipate any future above-ground buildings or utilities on the west side of that building.
Thank you for being able to answer that question. How high do you anticipate, what's the height of this building? Is it, I've been to the site, is it anticipated to be taller than the existing buildings?
It will not be any taller than the Klein Water Treatment Facility that is identified sort of in the white color, and that is 25 foot high. There is HVAC equipment on the heating and ventilation equipment on the roof of the building, but there is a 3-foot parapet to shield that equipment.
Very good. And will the architecture be about the same as the existing buildings?
Yes. Here is a rendering that shows the building. The intent is to match the new building as close in color and brick as the Klein facility, which is was the facility that was built back in 1989.
Thank you. And then you mentioned sound, and I had actually thought about sound prior to you mentioning it. What kind of, can you describe the kind of sound it would be, and how often would the sound be emitted? Would it be continuous? And I don't know really anything about decibels, so I'm not going to ask that question. So how loud is it going to be?
It will be no louder than the current facility. The process is actually moving water through a large contactor, exactly the same as the current Klein process. There is no sound outside those buildings. We did have a sound study completed based on the comments we received at the neighborhood meeting. That sound study shows that there is no high levels of sound coming off the site above state standards. And again, the sound that is generated is more by the activities that are occurring outside the buildings. It's not from the treatment process.
And were there comments from, negative comments from the neighbors?
The comments all revolved around noise. They wanted to make sure they had experienced some noise from maintenance activities that are more during the day. They did mention sound at night, but the sound study did not identify any unusual noise coming off the facility for the duration of that study. They also mentioned lighting, that, you know, there are the lights that are on the current facility, especially the softening building being new in 21, that they'd like to see some screening of that. And we believe that we can work with them on planting trees to negate those issues.
All right, and with meeting the expectations of the neighbors, are you willing to hear them out when there are complaints and really try to work with them to make sure that their expectations are met so that they're not enduring undue impacts?
Absolutely. We want to be a good neighbor. I mean, we've been in this location since 1989. We're not going anywhere, but at the same time, we want to be a good neighbor, be an amenity to the neighborhood. The open field out there right now doesn't really get maintained where we're building the facility. So we actually see an opportunity to improve that area that's right in front of our facility that we look at every day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
I have a quick question just for clarity. Does this treatment facility help alleviate the 40% of water that we get from Denver, or does it affect that at all?
Yes, it will. You're referencing what we're having to do right now to make sure that we're at a non-detect level for the PFAS compound. By constructing this facility and allowing us to fully utilize our raw water that does have PFAS in it, treat it, remove it, then we can reduce our reliance on Denver water. And that our use of Denver water is not a sustainable solution. This is really the long-term sustainable solution, because the additional Denver water we're using is part of our water supply portfolio to provide build-out growth to Commerce City, and wasn't intended to be used for approximately 20 years in the future.
So this treatment facility will bring us, or will leave us still in undetectable PFAS levels?
I have
Sorry.
trouble hearing, but just to confirm, you said at non-detect levels?
Non-detect levels, yes, sorry. Awesome, thank you. Sorry, I had one more question that I completely forgot right now. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was speaking with Abel. Will this facility be open with also conference rooms for like potentially workforce partnerships or student partnerships or things like that too? Or is this just for a treatment facility itself?
So, prior to COVID, we felt we had a very robust public, what do I want to say, public presence. We tried to have a lot of tours with school-aged children, bring children in for tours and open houses. That did get shut down during that time, but for the last 2 years, we've really tried to bring an emphasis back of, even though it is a secured facility, you know, if you schedule a tour or something like that, we invite individuals to schedule tours with us to come in, and specifically to address workforce or anything like that, we are always looking for opportunities to partner with schools or higher education entities to do research or work with us. So, yes.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate for how transparent you and Abel have been too throughout the process.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say that this is actually really very exciting because it means that Cronky Sports Entertainment and South Adams County Water and Sanitation District were able to come to an agreement regarding this property, correct? So that you were able to potentially build a facility here that will treat PFAS and assure that the residents of Commerce City or the ratepayers of SACWISD, however you all pronounce it as an acronym, are having non-detectable water. So that's really important. Thank you very much. And as for the Denver water reduction, I do appreciate that. And I believe it might also affect the number of filters that you have to buy, that you have to employ monthly to clean for PFAS as well. Is that correct?
So our current process uses granular activated carbon to remove PFAS, and those carbon changeouts, to meet the non-detect level on that system, we are doing 20 changeouts per year. This ion exchange facility that will be constructed will reduce those changeouts to approximately 6 per year. So I think that's what you're speaking to,
Yep.
Mayor Pro
All
Tem.
right. That'll be a great savings as well. And most importantly, I hope will be wishing that you do win a grant from the federal government for this project. It certainly would be a terrible thing to have the expense of it be on the backs of the ratepayers who had nothing to do with bringing PFAS into this area. And I think that will be really, really important. So good luck, and glad to see this moving forward now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council members want to make a comment? Ask questions? All right, no, I got, sir. Yep. Jim. Sorry, Jim. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You know, looking at this southeast corner site, looking northeast, I guess, southeast corner of site, looking northeast from Quebec Street, how much of this land is exactly, so you don't have to go through this process again? How much of this land is within your facility to use in the future, or will be coming back to actually make another agreement to extend your property out in the future? As far as,
It's hard
Rocky.
to have an exact crystal ball because prior to 2018, we didn't think we had this problem. But to try to answer that, we believe that is why we wanted to acquire the full 9.7 acres. It does provide other options. But this facility is designed to treat 18 million gallons per day of water, and that is our raw water supply. The master plan for the district has an additional water treatment plant that is been slated to be constructed around 2050 at a different site. So we believe this provides us enough build-out potential without having to expand the site past the 9.7 acres.
Okay. And with this addition, will that help Third Creek that's being built right now in the northern range? Is this water, that be part of that as well?
It will, in that the 18 million gallons per day supply from this, again, takes us to approximately 2050 before we have to build that additional treatment facility to meet future demand.
Okay. You had mentioned you were 20 years behind, so this puts you 20 years forward, or where do you sit now bringing this forward? Because you had mentioned 20 years behind. I mean, 20 years into the future, you would have to do this, but now you're doing it. So you're actually bringing that forward now instead of in, what, 2044 or 54? No, yeah, 44, 2044.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Mayor.
Well, you
Excuse me.
made the statement about 20 years. You didn't see yourself building this facility for at least 20 years, and now you're building it? Or did I hear you wrong?
We did not see the need to build this facility in 2018.
2018, okay.
So here we are in 2023 having to build it. I guess what I'm saying is my crystal ball in 2017 didn't predict that we'd have this problem.
Gotcha, okay. Sarah, I didn't hear that 18, I heard 20.
Sorry. Yeah.
All right. All right, any other council members? Questions? Okay, thank you for your time, Jim. All right. Let's see here. We will now move to the public testimony, please, phase of this hearing. Is anyone in the audience or sign up for public hearing?
Mayor Douglas, we don't have anyone registered to comment during this public hearing, but if you'd like to ask the public if.
Okay. Is there any residents who'd like to come forward and make a comment? If so, please state your name for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. I will now ask the clerk. Please come forward. Please come forward and, state your name again. Sorry for the record on the mic. Thank you.
Did you get it? Okay. One of the questions that I do have to ask is the treatment plant that we have right now, how sufficient is it as far as treating the water and keeping the toxins and stuff out of the water? I know that I just recently was cleaning my faucets again and realized that the crystallization that's still coming through the water, I mean, it's pretty hard. It's pretty crystallized. I put it on a napkin, and actually I was going to bring it tonight and didn't even know this was on the agenda. So it just kind of makes me think that how much of the water treatment plant is actually treating the water correctly, and then we're drinking this. You know, if you see the crystallization that's actually on the napkin and that's coming out of the faucet, that's actually going into our bodies. You know, so I know I'm not really familiar with, the aspect of it, as far as the harmful treatment that they're filtering for, but I do know that replacing some of my piping and stuff that I'd had to do in the past, and part of my faucet, it literally looked like a green fossil. And it's pretty hard and pretty crystallized. And so my question is, what is the treatment for that? You know, I mean, I get that, you know, they're trying to keep the levels as low as possible to detect. But, you know, also I had heard in the past too, is that if they lower the expectations, they lower the level. So my question is how is this new treatment plant that they're asking to present now, how is that going to affect our water in the near future? Because it's the one that's even built right now is not, it to me is not efficient enough. You know, I mean, we're still having all of the issues, you know, with our homes, you know, the bad smells, the bad taste, you know, occasionally you still have it. And then, like I said, the crystallization that's happening with our faucets, you know, with our pipes and stuff. So how is the new plant going to better what we even have right now if the one we have right now is not doing its job?
Okay. All right, appreciate your testimony. Clerk, did you receive any written comments for this item?
No written comments were received for this item.
Okay, would the applicant like to make any rebuttals to the public testimony we just heard tonight?
What I can say to address that, previous role was water systems manager for the district for 8 years before moving over to special projects, specifically this project. We're required to meet a host of about 200 regulations, some of them specific to chemistry, some of them specific to techniques, such as, you know, we're required to have chlorine in the water to remove bacteria and viruses. We have not been out of compliance at that facility in over 20 years. It's been longer than that, but State Health Department only tracks the last 20 years, and we've had no compliance violations. We did construct in 2021 a treatment facility to lower the hardness in the water. The district's raw water has extremely hard water, which is calcium and magnesium, and that's just the nature of our raw water source being groundwater. In 2021, we brought the water softening facility on, and we did reduce, our goal is to reduce the water hardness from that 340, 360 level down to 110. Hardness is not a regulated mineral. Again, it's calcium and magnesium, and those are not, they have no toxic effects. They're actually beneficial minerals. So the district deciding to build that facility and reduce the hardness from the 340 level to the 110, basically reduce the hardness by 2/3. That does not remove all the minerals from the water. There's a reason for keeping some level of mineral in the water, and that's to keep the water from becoming corrosive. So you will still get scaling, but we set the 110 target level for hardness based on what is a metro area average for hardness. We looked at all the other water districts and municipalities in the area, created or calculated an average, and that's where the 110 comes. There's not like a scientific reason for it, other than it doesn't make the water too soft, too corrosive.
Okay. Interim City Attorney Geiger,
Yes, Mayor.
can the council ask applicant a question
Certainly.
based on that? Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up to that. Is it possible that calcification that occurred in pipes prior to the water softening treatment plant going online is still coming through pipes of people's homes or between the pipe in the street and the house?
It could be coming between the distribution main in the street and the house. Again, that is the reason for making sure that the water is not corrosive, is the scale that is built up on the distribution mains remains there as scale on those mains. Now, if there is some event, construction, earthquake that could cause that scale to come off the pipes, yes, but that would be a one-time incident. It wouldn't be continuous.
Okay, and if any resident has any question about their water, they can always ask for an inspection by South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, correct?
Yes, on our website, we have a water quality helpline. If they contact that department, that's our water quality staff, who are very knowledgeable and can come out and work with the resident and the specific issues that they have.
And it's free?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
It is.
Jim, I had a question for you. Now, presently, as far as the pipes, are there still lead pipes that need to be replaced in this area? And do we have any clay pipes as well?
The district has no clay pipes in its distribution system, and it has no lead pipes in its distribution system. The issue is with lead is more the service lines. The district has no record or knowledge of lead service lines within the district.
All right. Okay, well, thank you very much for answering those questions. Okay, I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z23-002. Councilmember Dukes?
I move to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z23-002.
Okay, Councilmember Ford? I'll second. All right, I have a second, and, I'm sorry, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Teeter? No. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, motion passes unanimously, 9-0. All right, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z23-002 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance 2556 by council as seated and approved by first meeting, on first meeting.
That's a wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'd like to take that motion off the table. So I move to introduce ordinance Z23-0002 by council as seated and approved on first reading.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I will be supporting this. However, I do encourage the Water District to seek out grants. Our people are not responsible for the PFAS being in the water, and unfortunately, we have not identified who is responsible for putting it in the water, but we do know it's not our citizens. And so, because those who have put it in the water have not been identified and cannot be held responsible, I do not want this to become a financial burden to our citizens for something that they're not responsible for. So I highly encourage you to seek out as many grants as possible so that this can be paid for I guess through the grant process, which means it's still taxpayer dollars, but not all of it is going to be put on the backs of our citizens. So I will be supporting this, but I want to make sure that our citizens are not saddled with this cost. Thank you.
All right. See no other further discussion. Will the clerk please read a title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z23-002, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at the northeast corner of East 74th Place and Quebec Street, west of 7400 Quebec Street, from planned unit development PUD to public. Your vote is now open.
Okay, motion passes unanimously, 9-0. Thank you. All right, next on the docket, ordinance on first reading. The next ordinance is 2556 to amend the municipal code on notices. Do any council members have questions for staff? Okay. See no further questions. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2556 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes.
I move to introduce ordinance 2556 by council as seated and approved on first reading.
Okay, Councilmember Ford. Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Dukes? Second. Okay, all right. Okay, seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2556, an ordinance amending sections 8-2203 marijuana licensing hearing notices, 11-49 notice of abandoned vehicles, and 22-28 matters of state interest of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, following the passage of a charter amendment to standardize and modernize the publication requirements for legal notices, ordinances, documents, and other legal publications at the November 7, 2023 coordinated mail ballot election. Your vote is now open.
Okay, this motion passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, on to the next ordinance, 2560. The next ordinance is ordinance 2560 to recognize the JAG grant funds. Do any council members have any questions for staff? All right, seeing no further questions, I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2560 by council seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
Councilmember Teeter, your microphone.
I move to introduce ordinance 2560.
Okay, Councilman Darrow.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from council? Councilmember Teeter? Yep. Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2560, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grant JAG program funds in the amount of $29,899 and the authorization and the expenditure thereof. Your vote is now open.
Okay, the vote is 9-0. All right, appreciate that. Okay, next, the ordinance is 2560 to change the number of regular meetings and study sessions. Do any council?
Sorry, Mayor, that's just a typo. It should be 2562.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, the next item is ordinance 2562 to change the number of regular meetings and study sessions. Do any council members have any questions for staff? All right, Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for staff around, when we think about this shift, how does it compare to other cities? And if this is a most effective way of moving forward?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Dukes. And just for the benefit of council, this matter was brought up during our orientation in which we would look into this information just so that you all were coming from an informed position. And when we looked at a majority of the municipalities in the Front Range, a lot of them hold 2 regular meetings, 2 study sessions. Denver seems to be an outlier. They hold 4 regular meetings and 4 study sessions. What we're finding from other municipalities, which is interesting, is that they hold their study sessions the same night that they hold their regular meetings. So some, for instance, Thornton would start the council meeting or staff meeting, has meetings at 5:45, discuss regular meetings, and then planning and study sessions at 5:45 on the first and third Tuesday. Whereas, like Parker, study sessions occur the same night. Executive session would be at 5. Study sessions would be at 6:30. Regular meetings would start at 7. So it seems as though that there's always been a 2-2 regular meeting study session. Whether or not how you conduct that business on the same day by combining those into one or having those individual, it's an even split through the municipalities in the Front Range. I would also clarify that some actually also do have their regular meetings on Tuesdays versus Mondays. Don't know why we didn't get into that level of question with other clerks' offices, whether that being town staff or city staff, but maybe some assumptions can be made because it avoids holidays that fall on a Monday. But just, once again, information for you all as you make your decisions.
Thank you.
Okay, and I would like to also note, when I first got on council back in 2011, we did have a study session before our regular council meeting, and it wasn't very productive. Only because, to me, is it forced you to vote on something without having adequate time or take it back to a study session, true study session, and break it down. So back then, I did introduce in 2012 to go to 2 study sessions and 2 regular meetings at that time. So for the 8 years I was on council, and then up until just the recent changes last year, we were 2 and 2. So I appreciate you asking that question. Anybody else would like to weigh in? Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, back in the 90s, that's the way we did it. And it seemed like we got a lot more accomplished than what's happening today with 2 study sessions and 2 meetings.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
No, I would agree with everything that's been said. I'm supportive of going back to the 2 and 2 just because it gives the council adequate information to be able to make decisions that they're informed on rather than the 3 meetings and having less information to make decisions that otherwise may have to come back up. So I'm supportive of the change.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. And I also like the time period to be a week in between study session and a regular meeting. Gives me time to really evaluate the information that's given to me rather than having to make a snap decision on something that I really haven't had time to sift through and look at and research. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2562, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, Section 2-2001, to decrease the number of regular city council meetings from 3 to 2 a month and increase the number of study sessions from 1 to 2 a month. Your vote is open. Mayor Douglas, I'm very sorry. It looks like we didn't get a mover or a seconder on that.
We got a second on it. Yeah, I thought Teeter and Dukes and Teeter, wasn't it? Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I can go back on that. Okay.
I move to introduce ordinance 2562 by council.
All right, second?
Second.
Councilmember Duke, second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? We had discussion. See no further discussion. Will the clerk please read a tally? You have. Now go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. All right. 8 and 1 didn't vote. Councilmember Teeter?
3.
Did you not vote?
Looks like Councilmember Teeter did not enter his vote.
Must have punched it twice again.
Would you like to redo that, please?
I vote yes,
You vote yes.
but it's not showing up on my screen, so
Would you like to redo it for the record?
if you want to put it up.
You just let the record reflect that it's
Okay.
9-0.
All right. Okay, let the record reflect that it's passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay. All right. Administrative council business. Okay. 24-001. The first administrative business item is a request for planning commission. They have requested a council authorize a committee on comprehensive plan training. Do any council members have questions? Seeing no further discussion, I was going to ask, city manager, city attorney, our city manager, is it okay if planning commission member come up to speak before we take the vote?
Yes, sir.
Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dennis Kamak? Thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you. Dennis Kamak, 11844 Hannibal Street, Commerce City. I am on the Planning Commission. I am not the chairman. And I just wanted to say a couple things about, historically, our Planning Commission has not certainly fulfilled all of the directions that are given in the state law and especially in the city charter. And that it's been legal, but I don't know that we have served the council the way that we are really called out to do. The Planning Commission, as if you read the resolution, the Planning Commission responds and reports directly to the council. Historically, most of the information, I'd say almost all of the information and the direction has come from the city staff. And historically, many of the commissioners haven't really been aware of what our responsibilities, what our information should be, and have the background to make good, well-founded, defendable advice to you. And keep in mind, we're just advisors. We don't make policy. We go out and the charter calls us to get involved with the community a lot. We haven't done that. It calls us to give advice on roads and urban renewal. We haven't done that. It calls us to make, and that's the word that is used, the comprehensive plan. And I would say that we haven't done that. We certainly have had minimal information given to us from Housel Levine and from the city staff. But there's a lot of questions for me personally, and I have some background in that, and some of the other council or the commissioners do as well. And we just think we can do a much better job if we are trained. And the city staff has certainly offered to train us, but quite frankly, we think that we can do some of that and get a third-party opinion to help us understand other viewpoints than just what's in our organization. And I think we went through this when Mr. Douglas was actually on the vote for the, as an alternate to the Planning Commission on the night that we decided to do this. And quite frankly, this has been a struggle to get this before you. All we really want to do is to have one council member come and be on a committee with us, 2 commissioners, 1 council member, to go out and seek a third party, take a look at it, make a decision, and then come back to the council and say, here's some people that can help us learn, and it will cost this, and get the approval, and certainly our intent is to keep it reasonable. But before you get and this is my personal viewpoint, before you get my vote, I pride myself in giving good advice. I've been a business consultant for 30 years. And I want to know the facts. I want to know where it comes from. And quite frankly, I don't know that a lot on many of the issues that come before and some of the issues that should come before the commission and haven't. So all we want out of this is for one council member to come and have a beer with us and go and look at some people and find somebody that we think we can help do a better job for you. Any questions?
Councilmember Dukes.
I appreciate the effort to improve the quality of the advice and recommendation. My question is around the timing. Bureaucracy sometimes moves slower than expected. And the idea of improvement is here, and I hear that, but how long do you anticipate this to play out?
I don't know. I have no idea. I wouldn't think long to get some immediate results. Certainly, and this is presented as being a comprehensive plan training. That absolutely is not the case. That certainly will be part of it, but our discussion at the commission was we need to know what we're supposed to do in many cases, and certainly comprehensive plan is part of it. But before you get my vote, for 25 years, I want to know what I'm doing. So if it takes us 6 months, 8 months, and I know our assistant city manager isn't happy about this, but if it takes us that long for a 25-year investment, we'll come back and give you defendable advice and decisions.
I do have a follow-up question.
Sure.
You mentioned this is a historical challenge, right? Have you, as the commission, went through a root cause analysis to understand, like, what is the root of this cause versus the symptom of the training?
I don't know if that's even necessary to know, because our leadership in the administration has changed, and they've done a phenomenal job on some parts of working with the commission and working for the council and doing good work for the city. And much of it probably was historic with people that are no longer here, and guidelines and habits that just, the old guys downtown just did what they want.
Yeah.
And a lot of this probably is increased because of the change in our city. 20 years ago, there wasn't a reunion. And because of that, our processes, our problems, our solutions are much different today than they were historically. So I think change is good. And, my advice to people is if you're afraid to ask the question, or if you're afraid to find other viewpoints, then you're afraid of moving forward.
And thank you for that. And has there been other discussion of different types of solutions to solve this problem? Jump to the train in the subcommittee.
Not really.
I understand that.
That I'm aware of. I've been on I was on the commission for 8 years, and I hold myself responsible for not doing a very good job. But when I was put back on the commission by Christy and Susan, we had a good discussion, and my point was, I'm retired, I'm an old fart. I have nothing to do but cause trouble at this point. Right? And, the fact is, I said, I want the planning commission to look like other planning commissions, some good ones that we can do better and do more. And, for those of you that don't know me, I'm an old real estate developer, pretty successful down in Colorado Springs. We had $1 billion portfolio. I've had a commercial mortgage company that financed investment-grade properties all over the country for 25 years. Done $1 billion worth of business in that. And I've worked with councils and planning departments all over the country. And there's some really good ones, there's some really bad ones, and a whole bunch of us are kind of in between. But I think we can do a lot better, especially when it comes to planning a community that's on the move.
Councilmember Dukes, you done? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, and thank you, Dennis, so much for bringing this forward. We need this kind of professionalism moving this city forward. And we cannot do it when we just expect people to step into something that is so important and not have the training that is necessary to make these big decisions. And I would rather see something take a long time and get it right the first time than to look back and go, oh my God, we did this. We weren't thinking when we did this. We just did it.
That brings up a really good point, because in the first sentence of what the Planning Commission is supposed to do in the city charter, it says that we're supposed to make and amend. And in the 14 years that I've been involved with the city, with economic development, and with the Planning Commission, there's not been one time that we've gone back, looked to see how we actually did according to the plan, and amend things if it's necessary and productive. Not once in the 14, 15 years that I've been involved. And quite frankly, with that kind of history, it's been a little bit difficult to work with the staff to get this in front of you in a way that's going to work for us. We, by the charter and the state law, we have the authority to go out and do this on our own. So when it says that we want you to authorize a committee on comprehensive planning training, that's not really the full story. We can do our own. We can do our own committee. We have the legal right to do our own procedures, not policies, but procedures. And, we can go out and do this, but when I was making the presentation, especially when the one that Steve was at, and we've talked about this, I think, over 3-4 months, I'm not king. I don't want to be. I'm just one person on a committee, but it's important that we understand what we can do, and we report to you. And there's a propensity to have the, historically in many communities, frankly, to have the staff guide the Planning Commission. And we all want to work with them. We don't want to work for them. We don't think it's the right thing to do. So I'm here to try to build bridges and try to find some common ground, even though that sometimes we have different viewpoints.
Well, I want to thank you, and I would say that this is good trouble, so keep it up.
Jason would probably have a different opinion, but I think it's respective. I hope it is.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Commissioner Kamimak, what are you looking at in terms of continuing work on the Planning Commission with projects coming before you and doing the training? Will this be a simultaneous track?
Oh, absolutely, 100%, maybe with the exception of the comprehensive plan, because I think there's a lot of information that we can and should have before we make a decision on 25 years. So in addition to that, the plan, and I know Jason agrees with me on here, we're not only going to get trained, hopefully, and hear some different viewpoints, but we're going to set up procedures to have continuing training so that, 2, 3, 5 years ago, in the future, I mean, when I'm dead, the process will continue to have informed people doing the job that we hope to do well.
Well, it's excellent to have training. The City Council has orientation, and this year, for the first time, the Orientation Committee insisted on more planning training for us as well. So I can understand why it's important and particularly critical for the Planning Commission itself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Tolbert has been helpful and vocal on helping us, and that's welcomed, but my personal opinion is we need more than one input. We need more than one viewpoint to make the decisions on how we work and what we do.
All right, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for Commissioner for actually showing up here tonight. Question for Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, I wanted to get your viewpoint of this comprehensive training plan, and how do you foresee this looking, and I guess what additional feedback do you have?
I think first and foremost, I think it's an absolutely wonderful idea that the Planning Commission wants additional training. I think you heard it from the commissioners themselves. There's been some missed opportunities on being able to be fully learned or schooled with respect to their roles, their responsibilities, and the duties that have been given to them under charter. And I think with how existing practices have been in place, there's an opportunity to reimagine how to engage with the Planning Commission, to grow the Planning Commission, not into only this role, but into what we're starting to see as modernized trends with how to effectively have Planning Commission participate in the governance of land use, zoning, and the things of the like. So I'm absolutely supportive and fully behind that. There is no bad trouble, there is no good trouble. It's an opportunity for us to grow as an organization as our community continues to evolve with the things that we are being faced. And as we continue to become more sophisticated in our practices, so do we need that of our Planning Commission. So this is a starting point for us to see how to further inform, collaborate, and engage with the Planning Commission, not just with our existing practices, but those that will also be changing in the coming months, whether it's the comp plan or land development code and or other processes that are, like I said, prescribed within the charter. So completely behind this, completely supportive of it. I'm glad that we're here at this stage to be able to take the next step so that we can get what the Planning Commission needs.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that, and we've actually had several good conversations about this with the city manager and assistant city manager. But it's hard for them because it's different. Change is hard sometimes because it's been done in not the best way for so long with so many people and so many attaboys. I mean, I'm a smartass sometimes. No, I'm a smartass all the time. But my position when I first came to the commission years ago was, it looks to me like we're just a rubber stamp. And 10 years later, historically we've just been a rubber stamp. The planning department, and I'd have to say that, since we've had these new blood here, it's been much better. But the planning department brings us something and say, please approve this because we like it. And not all of it has been good. I can give you too many examples where it didn't work out like it probably should have for our community. And we're all here to help our community grow, do better, and be prosperous and happy. And so I'm here to find common ground, and I'm here to do it in a well-informed and productive way and give you defendable decisions. And
Thank you, Commissioner.
and Mr. Douglas, I hope that I represented what we discussed in the meeting similarly.
Yes, you have. And I appreciate you coming in and speaking on that as well. Councilmember Duke, did you have another question?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. Is there, what will be a risk if we put a time frame on a planning or the subcommittee? Do you foresee any risk in that?
Yeah, I don't know. Let us, what if we come back with a plan in 60 days or 90 days? Or, and the plan might be, we still need a little bit more time, but, we've done a little bit of work already. Actually, Ms. Noble and I met with the department head of planning and architecture for CU, and she had some excellent ideas. I think we have an opportunity to do some work with them, perhaps. She had a number of names of people that might also help. And it's kind of interesting because when we first came up with this, we got a letter from our city attorney about what we can and can't do and all this kind of stuff. And that didn't sit well with me, with all due respect. I've done a lot of work with attorneys in commercial real estate. Number one, attorneys give you an opinion. And number two, I think whenever somebody brings an attorney to the conversation, I put on an extra set of spurs because we're not trying to find common ground. Like I said, I'd rather have a beer with anybody or everybody and find that common ground to make sure that at least we're moving forward with the same ideals and goals in mind. And but I think we can improve on that. So, I've got probably 15 different sources. Oh, I was going to say in the letter, she pointed out that Jim couldn't find a source for what we were trying to do, or found one, but there's a lot out there. There's a ton out there, both in-state and out-state, and Colorado has some of the best planners in the country that do work for other cities and counties around the country. So,
If I may,
Sure.
Mr. Comac, Commissioner Comac, if to the extent you're referencing a privileged memorandum, because that information would be attorney-client privilege, not necessarily the one line you just mentioned, I would just advise against sharing information in public forum that's privileged. So.
thank you. And I'm fully aware of that. And my opinion is there was nothing in a privileged document that can't be said in public. In fact, I asked her if I could share it and was refused with the exception of city council members.
Commissioner, and thank you for that. So what I'm hearing is what is the risk of having a time frame, saying 90 days, or is it not a risk at all, or is a new point
I don't know. I haven't done this before.
Okay.
But I want to get it done so that we can get the comp plan done so that we can start training people on a regular basis and do our job better.
Okay.
So if you want to put a timeline on it, I don't.
Well, and that's where my heart's at as well. Like, how do we move forward again, progress as a city?
Good point.
Well, I appreciate your time and your testimony and speaking to the full body here. And I can say, as being a person who was on planning, this is long overdue. And I think, as what's stated, what we're trying to do, and I'm sure things will be done in a timely basis. And if there's be more time, then more time needs to be added. But I'd like to move forward with this so we can at least introduce it. And if the council passes this, then we'll go to the next step and also appoint somebody to that position. So,
Okay.
thank you for your time.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussions, I need a motion and second to approve the planning commission's request as outlined in this memo to council to create a subcommittee comprised of 2 planning commission members and 1 city council member for the purpose of reviewing and making recommendation to planning commission to retain external consultant and authorize the procurement of the consultant to provide guidance and training to planning commission on his duties and reviews and recommend to the city council on the master plans and appropriated funds for the 2020 budget year. Appropriated funds, sorry, for the 2020 budget year. I get a, okay. Councilmember Douglas?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'd like to second with an amendment, if Councilmember Douglas will consider this. I had spoken with Commissioner Kack about a timeline on this. It's our experience, certainly here, that if there is no time frame, it can go forever. So at least let's set a time frame. If they need more time, then they'll come back and ask for more time. But at least we have a time frame. So would you consider an amendment of 90 days?
Yes, I will accept that amendment.
Thank you. Then I will second
City
your
Attorney,
motion.
Is that sufficient, or should we vote on the first motion?
Yeah, it's a friendly amendment, it's fine.
Okay.
So the motion is as stated with the amendment.
All right. All right, the motion is stated with this, with the friendly amendment. Okay, is there any discussion? See no further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, this motion passes 9-0.
And then Mayor, I would just add that the subcommittee, it was requested that subcommittee included a member of council, so council can go ahead and move to nominate or appoint someone to that committee. That would probably be best.
All right. Do you have any council members that would like to sit in that committee? Councilmember Douglas?
I would like to make a motion to nominate Mayor Pro Tem Noble as our council representative. So that's a motion.
Okay, his motion, need a second? Councilmember Teeter? I'll second that. All right, got a motion and a second. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no? All right, that motion passes, and Mayor Pro Tem Noble will be the council member to be in that spot.
Great. One last thing, just with respect to the appropriation, I would turn to City Manager Rogers to determine if a separate appropriation ordinance were needed or there's sufficient funds somewhere.
I can answer that question. There would be the need for a separate budget appropriation. There's currently no funding within the Planning Commission for them to be able to take this forward. So I would recommend that as the committee has identified a potential contractor or vendor, that for that specific amount, and obviously in order to enable that contract, be brought back forward to the council for that approval.
City Manager, do we have is there a number right now that's floating out there?
As Commissioner Kamak has shared, we've not been involved in that communication with the potential vendor, so it's hard to say. They may have a number as far as or an initial estimate, but we do not have that as staff.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, next item. Next item is an update on authorization to urban camping ban. I will invite Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We wanted to bring you this tonight with several new members to making sure we had an understanding of where we were with this. We've had some questions, and just to tell you what's going on with the urban camping ordinance that was passed. So in November of '22, council had passed an ordinance that amended the code by adding a section that restricted unauthorized camping. Per the ordinance, there's a couple of things that have to be done before it can be enforced. The ordinance states it's unlawful for any person to camp on public or private property without the express written consent of the property owner, except in a location that's been approved by the city. But the ordinance requires, before we can enforce, that there be shelter space. So when the police go to enforce the ordinance and they tell somebody they've got to move, there has to be a shelter bed for that person. They don't have to take it, but there has to be a bed available. To be able to issue a citation or to make an arrest or enforce it, we have to have issued a verbal or written order, including we have to post a notice on the property to tell them to move from the camp and take their property with them. We have to have a shelter option available for the person to move. And again, if they don't want the shelter, then that's fine, but we have to be able to offer them a shelter. There have been court cases on this that speak to this, and it were considered when council passed this ordinance in '22 before you did, understanding that we had to have the shelter space. And then the ordinance also required that we have an encampment cleanup policy. And we've been working on that with all the departments involved, with the attorney's office, and it put together a draft that was in your packet of an encampment policy. Once that's adopted, that would have to be published on the city webpage, and it would have to address certain things, which it does, about how we dispose of property, how we deal with notice, how we deal with removal and return of personal property. If we find personal property on the site, we have to store it for a certain period of time and give the people the opportunity to reclaim that property. How we dispose of trash and hazardous materials, and then the remediation of the grounds associated with it. Again, that policy has been drafted, included in the packet. It's basically ready for implementation, but we haven't been in a large hurry to do that because we don't have the shelter space. And so it doesn't do any good, and it sends a false message, I think, to the community. If we adopt the policy, they're going to think we have the ability to enforce. But shelter space is the only remaining obstacle that we have to be able to enforce it. We simply just have to advertise the policy, sign it, and have it ready to go to do that. Again, the policy intends to outline how to preserve health and safety of the public and maintain city property while balancing property rights of the individuals that are camped there. It talks about how the role of our community well-being group, difference between enforcement on public and private property, and the removal of property. And then just for some stats to let you know kind of where we stand, as of December 27th, community well-being had 1,133 contacts with people experiencing homeless during the year. We've been able to house 23. That doesn't sound like a lot, but we don't have housing available. And so we have the ability to house a lot more people, but we just don't have the space to house them. And we will house somebody wherever we can find them a place and get a voucher and get them in those places. We have 52 very active clients that are currently enrolled in our homeless management integration program. And that sets them up, helps get them prepared, helps get everything in order. So the moment we find a place for them to live, we have a voucher, we can move them into the housing. Of that group, 13% are families, 87% are individuals. At the last point in time count, Adams County had 4,567 people experiencing homelessness. 100 people were unsheltered, meaning the rest of them could occasionally, they might sleep on the floor at somebody's house or something like that, but excuse me. We have reached out to Denver and to Adams County and Broomfield, trying to see if we could get some agreement for sheltering with them where we could contribute. They could dedicate a portion of their shelter space to us, but they are basically at capacity. They're at above 90% utilization, and so they're unwilling for the same reason that we need it. They need it too. They need the ability when they're moving people to be able to get them into housing. So we've not been able to get any agreements where we can count on housing. You know, they might say, call us if we have anything available, we'll put people in it, but that's under the, you know, we don't have the ability to go out if we run into an encampment with 20 people and if 2 beds available, then we can't deal with the encampment. So that's kind of an update on where we are with the ordinance. Again, the big thing we're lacking is shelter space to be able to truly deal with encampments and get them removed and help people find a place to stay. We've got to have some kind of shelter space. So be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
And just very quickly to add on to that, obviously, I think we're all very much aware of, it used to be the most recent, but now I think it's just the consistent aspect of migrancy coming in from various countries and from South America, and that the migrancy is continuing to influx and increase in our region, and we're starting to see the effects and feel the effects and see that in our community. We've seen increased complaints and or acknowledgement and identification of those pockets, both unhoused and migrants, and we're somewhat limited, very limited, just simply put it. And I think this discussion today is a philosophical and a policy one with council as to, you all have asked us, and this is preceding councils, to exhaust any and all opportunities that may exist in the environment, in the market today. We have done so. We have been unsuccessful. I truly believe, in my professional opinion, that we will continue to be unsuccessful with trying to be successful with other communities to meet our needs when they are trying to meet their needs and they are already under supplied to do such. So I think really what we are coming here to talk about is, do we need to take control of our own fate, look at what we can provide for the impact within our city boundaries, and if so, how to go about doing such and what to look at doing in order to not just unhouse, but what services and other opportunities can we present that ultimately help to bring these members back to being contributing members or assets of our community, if they so choose to be. So that is really why we're here before you all tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. Could you go back to the screen, community well-being stats? I think it was just the screen before. Let me see. There's so many components to this. So right now, when you approach someone who is homeless, you're required to ask them if they would like shelter, correct?
We're not required to ask them if they'd like shelter. We ask them what services they need, see how we can help them. And if shelter is, if they are willing and want shelter, because not all of them want shelter, but if they do,
Right.
if they do, then we start them in the program and start trying to work with them to get them eligible for shelter when we have shelter available and vouchers to match up with them.
Okay, so what happens in the interim then?
They live on the streets,
They
unfortunately.
live on the streets, but they have to move from where they are at the time. Is that correct?
We can't move them unless we have shelter space. We ask them a lot of times if they could move on, depending on where they are, but we don't have the ability, unless they're in certain situations, we don't have the ability to go in and clean up the encampment or tell them they have to leave.
I think so. Maybe a good example is that, we have RV parking ordinances that we're able to enforce. However, if they're truly living in a tent camp situation, that's not covered under our existing ordinances. They are covered under this new ordinance. However, it does require having to find them suitable housing and obviously being able to store their personal belongings for a period of time and to give them access to those personal belongings at the appropriate time that's been outlined within that draft policy as well. But true sleeping on the street within a situation, we have no ability to force or to move.
Okay. So out of the people that you have asked, how many of them have, when you ask them which services do you need, how many of them have asked for shelter?
A large number of them have. I can't
And we
tell
don't
you
have an
exactly how many.
accurate count of,
I know that we've housed 23 so far this year. We've got 52 that are enrolled in the program, but there are others. One of the problems that Sarah and her group run into is that we find somebody, we get them almost ready for housing, a voucher becomes available or a unit, and then we got to find them again because they do move on. And then sometimes it takes a week or longer to go out and locate that individual so we can get them in shelter. They're very transient within the community mostly. They don't move to other communities, but within the community. But again,
but don't you have those sites identified? And if they're moving within the community, should
we
we
don't
be
know where
able
they
to
may have
find
gone.
them?
I mean, they may go down they may have been staying in Derby, and then, when we find them, they're down on the creek, on the river.
Right.
In a campsite. And so it's just a matter of having to go out and look for
Right,
them.
but they've moved from wherever they were
Right.
to another place.
But again, we could house a lot more than we do if we had available.
Oh, the
housing.
problem with all of this is we have the not in my backyard issue. And we're gonna have to figure out how to address that as well. Have we approached any churches who would be able to take in?
We have two places that have allow the car parking for the people that are living in their cars, and allow them to go there where they have toilet facilities, they bring in showers occasionally, and they bring in laundry facilities. We have tried and to work with churches. We just hired a part-time filled our part-time outreach position, who is a pastor of a church who then we're working with to try to build a program that we can see if we can get more churches more engaged with us. But so far, there's been a real frustration that there's just not been a willingness to participate.
Oh, that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Councilmember Darrow?
How long do we need to provide shelter for?
I'm sorry?
For these individuals that we need to offer a bed, how long are we required to provide shelter? Is it one night, 30 days, 90 days, forever?
There's nothing in our code that says how long. I know that Denver is, where the mayor says that they've housed 1,200 or so, they're basically doing 14 days when they do them, and then they count that as sheltered.
So there's nothing, with the existing rulings that have come down that establish any kind of guidelines?
No.
And Councilmember Madera, I'm not aware of a specific timeline for that. I would say that, two things. The first is, it's not settled law that a shelter space is absolutely required. And the 10th Circuit, those decisions that you saw on the prior slides came from the 9th Circuit. And there's pending case law in our circuit, so it's not entirely clear, A, whether shelter space is actually 100% necessary, and B, that same response with respect to the timeline. The idea is that municipalities and public entities should not be punishing and penalizing individuals for a status as opposed to a crime. And essentially the argument is that folks who are living on the street have a status of being unhoused. They have no choice. And so with forcing them to leave an encampment but not providing a solution in the form of shelter would be essentially punishing the status. So that's the, I know that's a longer
the reason I
response
ask is, if we're able to partner with a motel or a hotel and, provide vouchers rather than, acquiring a property, would that satisfy, this requirement?
Yes, and we've had our staff go out and look into that matter. Obviously, we have very limited offerings within Commerce City, so that also required us partnering with, or looking to partner with facilities that would be willing to take on that additional responsibility, whether it's private, nonprofit, or another municipality, and we have just come up zero to this point.
So it has to be within the city limits?
No, it does not. So, I mean, we've explored, like I said, with Denver, we've explored being able to use their motels, hotel facilities that they've been able to negotiate with those hospitality flags and being able to leverage during high times, or the facilities that they've taken over themselves. And we've gone from a true partnership where it's in kind, being able to help support theirs if they cross over into our borders, because those lines do not exist in the eyes of unhoused, and even providing a fee for being able to house our potential unhoused population. And we have been, to this point, rebuffed because of lack of space.
Not to correct Jason, but just to supplement that, we do have agreements and working in place with some in Adams County who have some hotel rooms. Again, if they're available, we have moved a number of people temporarily into motel rooms, both in Adams County and surrounding jurisdictions. They don't have that many, and there are not that many vouchers to go around. We've also worked with Access Housing on temporary housing. So it's not like nothing's happening, but it's just we're so limited on the number of spaces that we can't effectively say we're going to have a program to do an encampment cleanup and go out and really do that, because it would take a large number
Right, well,
of bed spaces.
yeah, and I know Access Housing is, they have pretty limited space, and they cater more towards families. So if you're, finding individuals, they're probably not going to take them in.
They're going through significant reorganization and changing right now too. So it's going to be interesting to see where they come down on what their mission is. So I think they were trying to be all things to all people, and now they're trying to focus on what they can specifically do. But again, we've used them where they have had availability.
Yeah, it's just a difficult situation where we don't have multifamily housing in the city really, or hotels, and, there's one being built, but it puts us in a pretty precarious situation where the properties that are available within the city aren't really tailored towards, handling this number of people.
I think that's a fair assessment, sir, and I think tying your comments and tying what I heard from Councilmember Douglas, this is a rather complex but also robust engagement that crosses just not from informing the community, it's also collaborating and engaging, because you're right, you have to try to find that diamond in the rough, as a per se with respect to property that has a minimal impact on existing residential neighborhoods. You have to find property that has that's accessible to various forms of transit, whether it's bus, whether it's access from light rail, whether it's access from partnerships with Uber and Lyft, with what we've done in the past as well, and then also being able to engage in talking about what does that then mean if a site is found, about how to daylight that with the community, get the community involved, understand the aspects that it allows for us to enforce, and without having that where we currently stand, which is that inability to enforce. So it's not something that I say, right, it goes up overnight, but we have to start somewhere, and that somewhere is trying to put all of these various puzzle pieces together and then going to the community and saying, where do we all come down on this? But I don't see this issue getting any easier for Commerce City in the near future. And I truly do believe we have to find some level of response outside of the traditional and even somewhat creative ways with what we've been trying to do to this point at the staff level.
And Councilmember Rendera, I did just check one of the main cases, the Ninth Circuit, they did suggest there was an issue with the 17-day and a 30-day limit on the shelters, that actually factored into the court's ruling. So I think that it's still kind of up in the air, but it suggested that a shorter limit was still an issue and it wouldn't be sufficient, at least for that purpose.
Okay, Councilmember Ford, before I go to others who have spoken first.
Yeah, I think this is a huge issue that nobody's figured out how to deal with. Part of the problem is, I work over at I-70 in Quebec on the Denver side. Denver has placed their biggest homeless shelter on our border off of 48th, I believe it is, across the street from Commerce City. They now have placed 2 hotels along at I-7 in Quebec. I don't have a problem with it. I want people to be housed. The downside is his property value has decreased for the business that I work for. They now have the property up for sale. We've been broken into multiple times. The crime has increased tremendously. The business owners don't want that by them. The residents don't want that by them. And as elected officials, for us to turn around and say, we're going to put something here, we're going to harm some of our constituents one way or another, because it's going to be in property values or crime or a lot of other things. And at the same time, we're bringing in a lot of people. We have no housing. I mean, it's a statewide problem. I mean, you bring in an additional 38,000 people. Where do you put them? I don't want them to be on the street. Nobody wants them to be on the street. But at the end of the day, it creates a hardship for everybody else who has a stable single-family home that didn't have those obstacles when they purchased their home. So it's very trying. When it comes down to housing, has our city reached out and talked to the folks that are on the Commerce City side of that area, where there were two original hotels? One is now a rehab facility. The other one, I don't know what is in it, but they sit along Sand Creek, directly west of Sapbros. I know Sapbros would not want, nobody that has a business over there would want me to be saying this, but because of strategy or just opportunity, Denver has the bulk of their facilities along our border. It has created and impaired our own ability to deal with. And my biggest worry is this. We create a situation of where we have some housing. And so that person is, we say 15 days, 30 days, whatever that may be. Once we say, okay, your time is up, we're going to move the next person in, right? That person's just going to go back out and keep doing what they're doing to get back into that same housing. It's just a revolving door. And until we get some help from the federal government and some assistance directing how we're helping these people instead of just throwing cash at it, we have to start helping people, because you can spend the millions and millions of dollars that Denver's spending, but ultimately, if you look at it from a long-term perspective, it is a revolving door that doesn't fix any of the problems. And so I don't want to create a problem for our community. I would prefer to fix it. Problem is, we don't have the housing stock. None of the cities around us do have that housing stock. So it puts us in a precarious position, because last thing I want to do is negatively impact our current residents, and I don't want to not help people that need the help. But it is a very trying time in our country It's not just here, it's everywhere in the United States. And so I feel for those smaller communities. But the big brother next door is pretty hard. If everything goes on our border, it makes it pretty hard for us to sustain our smaller need, because our need grows whether you're on our side of the street or the other side of the street. So I'm truly at a loss until the staff can come up with some options that won't be negatively impacting our residents.
Yeah.
And I would venture to ask if you would reach out to those businesses that I mentioned that were hotels back in the day. They sit over there just south of or west of Sapbros. There were 2 hotels. And I know one's a rehab facility and one's something else. Maybe they have some bed space. Maybe there's a partnership opportunity. But to put something right in the heart of a neighborhood, doesn't matter if it's my neighborhood or somebody else's neighborhood. Right. We're representing the whole city, and I want to be compassionate about negatively impacting our constituents. So that's all I have to say.
I do appreciate that, sir. And just for a point, I don't mind going back to Denver. I've had a couple of conversations with the city and county of Denver with respect to properties right on our border, which obviously makes a lot of sense if we could be able to send some of the unhoused population there. The response that I received at the time, and like I said, more than willing to re-engage, is they'll have a better determination on whether or not they can assist once they have been able to work through the influx of the migrancy. And we all understand and know that we don't know what that time frame is in which that would be determined on whether or not they have the availability. They have talked about, is there a way of looking at partnerships with acquiring additional hotels? But I think even City and County of Denver, and I'd have to go back and look at my notes, has even started to move away from that because they start to become too costly, right? I think those facilities were bought somewhere in the 20s of millions of dollars range. We're talking about 10 million that we have to try to cover a broad expanse. And some of that 20 million we've identified to help residents within pockets of our city that are at risk and that we want to be able to keep in their homes. So, I agree with you. It's a hard situation, and I'm the first one to admit that we are struggling ourselves at the staff level on where to take this, given that we have kind of come to this crossroads of, we're feeling the effects, we're living the effects. I feel for our community. I feel for those that are on the street. And I'm looking for discussion here, and I'm glad that we're having it tonight on what do we do? Because, like I said, we've exhausted what we have within our current powers at the staff level on how to go forward. So, but I appreciate your comments, definitely.
Okay, before we move on, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting just by 1 hour. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. A motion and a second. All right, take a roll call or voice vote? Yes.
Mayor, if I, just a point of order, just if you extend to 11:30, when you go into executive session, the idea is to adjourn following executive session. If that's not sufficient time, you'll have to come out of executive session
Okay.
to extend the meeting further. So I wasn't sure if you thought that hour was sufficient or not. Just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, I think it's sufficient. All right, those are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those in no? I got, what is that, seven yeses and 2 nos. So passes. All right, please extend that clock for another hour. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Dukes. This is your first time speaking on this,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the conversation and discussion. And, I'm thinking about the encampment on near 270, how it's growing. And I'm curious around, when you mention housing, I guess the question is, what's the adequate number for housing that we need to feel like we can move forward? Does that make sense? So we need housing. Is there a specific number to be able to engage the unhoused communities to offer opportunities for them to move into housing?
I don't know that we've come up with an exact number, but at any given time in the encampments, we probably have a couple of hundred people that are living in them. So if we started systematically going, trying to clean them up, we would need to have at least the number that we were trying to clean up at that time. So, 30 to 50 would be a great help to enable us to start dealing with some of them, of the worst ones. But we haven't really analyzed exactly how many we need.
Is there a way to do that, to say, here's our end target for need in housing, if that's the ruling? I hear about 10th and 9th Circuit Court, some disagreement in that, but if we were to try to solve this problem, because I worry about the winter, and I worry about that encampment growing. Every day I drive by it pretty often, and I'm over there, and I see it grows pretty quickly, so we love to figure out whatever urgency we can.
Yeah, we could put together, zero to this number would give us the ability to do this. It'd take us a couple of days really to go through that, but we could get a number.
I think that'd be helpful as we think about solutions, because even by the new coffee, and the Greyhound, and I value the fence that was put up around the area in Urban Renewal and Bill's work, but it's going to grow. And so I wonder if there's a space where we can begin to start finding some solutions pretty immediately. And so that'll be helpful.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
It's easy.
Oh, sorry, I had one more.
What about the motels in
Mayor Pro Tem.
DuPont?
Mayor Pro Tem, hang on. He's got one more.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
I didn't hear
paused.
that.
I paused. No, that's okay. One other thing, just the thought, I don't know if you reached out to Volunteers of America. I know they have the big warehouse that they recently purchased within Commerce City. And if we're thinking about housing, is it temporary housing? Or is, in the past with, I think other counties, I think City of Denver used it during COVID, they used the convention center for temporary housing to help shelter. And I wonder if that's a partnership with Volunteers of America with some unused space as a start, depending on house. But I don't know if you already had that conversation yet.
We've not had a conversation with them about housing in a new facility. We've been talking with them about, as we move forward with services, partnering with them to feed, if we were to have shelter space, would they work with us to feed? And they're very agreeable to talking to us in detail about it, as we move things forward, if we do.
Yeah, because it's my understanding the whole facility is not built out yet, right? They have the culinary, they have the places for the buses, the depot. But in the back end, it has some office space, but I understand the back end's not completely built up.
We can definitely reach out, touch base with them. They are building their program over time. And then I think it just kind of goes back down to the zoning allow it, the zoning permit it. So there's those challenges as well that we have to cross. And I think, right, you're going to affect someone within the community, whether it's the business community or whether it's a residential neighborhood. They're still gonna you still have to get over that hump and discussion around unhoused population that may affect a number of different things. Not to say it's insurmountable, but it's just a different level of route running that we have to do.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
The motels in DuPont, there's several. It is in unincorporated Adams County, but it is within Commerce City. Have you checked those?
We had our realtor look at everything that was possible, and the prices, as Jason mentioned, while they don't approach the 20 million, they are very, very expensive and more than we have money for. They're in the tens of millions that people want for them. So if they were willing to sell, and most of them expressed very little interest in selling.
I was thinking about beds, space at the motels. Space at the motels for homeless?
Just using, I can't say for sure, but I think we've exhausted everybody that's willing to do vouchers for hotels. Not everybody's willing to take a voucher for space. I know Sarah and her team have been knocking on doors, trying to do their best to find as many places that will take them as we can. But I'll double check on those, but I'm pretty sure that she's been to those.
It leaves me speechless because it's such an intractable problem. And even with having someone who was homeless in my family, and thinking about what was it that brought him out, that brought success back into his life again. And even now, it's always a little tenuous because, of course, you lose years, formative years, when you could have been earning money when you're facing these issues, these homeless issues. But certainly having a roof over his head, it was a sort of like a dorm situation that helped. But more importantly, it was having family, to be able to, rest ahead with a family, to come and stay with family, I think made a huge difference too. And that's the challenge for families, is that not all of the homeless or the unhoused are in a position to be able to live with families or live in homes with other people. Right. And that is a challenge. It is so huge. I think Councilmember Ford sort of summed up all of the challenges on this, and it isn't as simple as giving somebody a bed for 17 days. But I'm not quite understanding the presentation. You're saying that there are homeless people or unhoused people who are living blank. Let's say they're living at I-70 in Quebec. There is an encampment there. We're unable to do anything to help them because we have nowhere for them to stay. Is that the issue?
So, no, ma'am. We are seeing an increase in complaints from our community about the growing unhoused and migrant populations within our city. And our response to them is our ability to enforce is extremely limited due to we do not have space. And when we go to provide resources for those, there are some easy resources that we can provide. If someone needs a meal, if somebody needs a ride, if someone needs a shower, there's different facilities that we have that we can be able to send, or if someone needs medical attention, we can respond to such. But if we have an encampment that there's 13 to 20 individuals located and they are in, and I'm going to use Derby as a location, where we have a collection of unhoused population today living in Derby that is seeking and wanting to be sheltered. We have nowhere to take them. And then therefore we have no ability to help enforce to get those individuals off the street, be able to remediate or mitigate the issues of the area where the unhoused population was at or encampment was at. So we're trying to respond to the community's needs and desires of being able to help these individuals on the street, but we don't have all of the tools, quite frankly. And that last tool is the shelters. We have looked both publicly, privately, nonprofit, and there are no resources for us to take that next step in helping to address the needs of the broader community.
In order to address the needs of Commerce City unhoused, can other communities use whatever space that we would come up with as well?
They could ask, and we could take the very similar position in what we've been presented by them, which is we don't have the space. We're focusing on our populations, and when we're able to address, and if we have the availability, we may or may not be willing to work with you. Now, once again, that's what we have heard, and I'm just keeping it straight-laced. That's what we've heard to this point when we have engaged with those outside of our borders in which we've not been able to get housed by the use of our vouchers.
We have naturally occurring affordable housing in Commerce City, and that is an additional challenge, is that if we move someone out of housing that they're already in order to make room for the unhoused, because I did drive by the property in question, and it does appear that there are people who are living there. So we're just moving people out of somewhere there that's already housing people who are living on the edge. That is, that space that most of us wouldn't live in is all that they can afford and all that will allow them to live, that will take them into that location.
You raise an absolutely great point, and I always champion development without displacement. If we are affecting individuals that are at a location, how can we then help assist with relocation of those individuals? And we have greater latitude with the funds that have been provided to us with ARPA to assist, not just on the impacted property of question, but also more broadly when it comes to that naturally occurring affordable housing. So when I talk about this potential next step, it is truly comprehensive. It is looking at it through a broad scope of those who are affected currently on site, those potentially who will be moving on site, and also the provision of services of life skills and or mental health and or others, because those are critical pieces that have to be discussed and attached to any brick and mortar going forward. It's been one of the other pieces that we've talked about with Adams County. They have committed that they're willing to help provide support on mental health, provide support on life skills, but they need a brick and mortar for us to establish in order to assist in that. So we've been thinking about this as a natural progression, whether it is or was at a new build, a relocation, or working with another partner outside of our boundaries of being able to help redirect those commitments to support our population at those facilities and not to further overburden the caseworkers that would be at those locations. But
Are you thinking about building something?
I wouldn't say that that's off the table from a staff recommendation to the council, but I think that would be a conversation that we would want to have with council.
Is it part of the later conversation?
If council so chose to move into exec session, yes, ma'am.
And if I might add that thanks to the council, we have probably, I don't know the exact numbers, but there've been several hundred families and individuals that have avoided being unhoused because of the emergency rental and mortgage assistance that you provided. We're down to the last 250 appropriation right now, and we opened up again applications on the 2nd, and we are probably close to using all that money, but that's helped. You know, we'll pay up to 3 months rent or mortgage assistance to keep people in their homes so they don't get evicted, and there have been hundreds that you've helped with that. So that's been one way we've been working to try to prohibit people from being on the street.
Okay, quick
it's been very
follow-up then.
successful.
Is that the $1 million is down to 250,000 now?
Yes, ma'am. Well, there was a new appropriation in the general fund budget this year of 250 out of the general fund. We did 250 last year, and then we used ARPA money also to supplement, and we've allocated every bit of that, and we're down to this 250.
That's what I'm trying to clear up. We designated $1 million in funding last summer from ARPA for helping
ma'am.
people with rent and mortgages.
Yes, ma'am.
And what Jim's saying is that we're near fully subscription on that.
Okay, but if we had 250,000 in the budget and 250,000 in the budget, then we were actually working with 1.5 million?
I think you, in the ordinance, and we can double check, Jordan, if you don't mind pulling that, I think you all actually added 500,000 out of the ARPA dollars last year.
Yeah,
which-
and there was already 500,000.
Yeah, I think there was already 5, then you
Yeah,
added 5.
and then you added 5, which
And
got
then
us
there
to
was
the million.
250 in general
And we're
fund.
getting close to that 1 million.
Right.
So where would we source money in the future?
Just so I can make sure I'm tracking with you, ma'am, are you talking about acquisition, brick and mortar, or the support and mental health / life skills services that would be provided at the facility?
All of the above.
Perfect question. Obviously, we would continue our engagement with the county as it relates to what they have received from the federal government on ARPA dollars that they want to commit to programs and services. We would look at the leveraging of ARPA dollars for any brick and mortar solution. That's also land acquisition, given that that has a minimal impact on our unassigned general fund balance. So that way we can continue to keep directing those into capital improvement projects and or other necessities as we continue to address the community's concerns and or needs. So I would say we would be using ARPA as the primary in identifying other funding resources, whether that's continuing to look at grants, both at the state and the federal level, and or trying to work with our legislature on being able to support pilot programming or housing opportunities here in the city.
All right. This is a great discussion. There's more people who want to speak as well on this. I would like to make a motion to put this this unauthorized urban camping ban on a future study session, because we're not going to solve this tonight. And there's no action on this at all. Where the next one, there's action. So I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, but there should have been action on this. So I'm asking if we could set this for a study session along with the next item. Because I'm looking at that clock over there, you got 1 hour and 33 minutes, and there's more discussion about other items that are not even on here that are going to be brought up. So can I make a motion to put this unauthorized urban camping ban on a study session in a future date?
Certainly, you can make the motion.
Okay. That's my motion. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay. I have a first and a second. I'll take votes, can't talk, votes vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion passes 9-0. All right. How about this? The second one is the next item. It's discussion on the study session on a short-term rental. And this is where I invite the city manager to introduce this item. You want to introduce this and then we'll take a vote to put this on the same thing on a study session? Because I'm sure this is going to take some quite a time to at least 45 minutes discussion on this as well.
Yeah, and I think this one is just more about getting your support on having both my staff and the city attorney's office go down a path of providing you all more information for a study session to have a detailed conversation. I think you all are very much aware we've had a couple of most recent complaints that have caused some disruption within our community that has allowed for staff to reassess something that we can have greater regulatory control and compliance processes. Just a couple of numbers for you all. The city has over 300 short-term rentals. Of what we can identify doesn't mean that that's all of those out in our community in today's world. And as I said, we do not currently have a direct way to enforce the management, the limitation, or strict adherence to standards to mitigate nuisances or disruptions that come in our community. So for us, we think, and we like to have it be put on a study session to have the conversation around what is a practical approach for an ordinance and or policy that short-term rental registration and compliance processes can be put in place to improve the overall experience for residents and the visitors. We have heard some that do not mind having short-term rentals in communities, in neighborhoods, but they don't want to have the bad actors that lead to the disruptions and/or criminal activity and such that then requires a response from the city. So it's really trying to figure out an approach that's balanced, and that you all can give us some guidance and leadership so that we can then take necessary steps.
Okay, thank you. All right, do any council members wish to make a motion? Councilmember Dukes?
I moved to direct the staff to schedule a study session on short-term rentals, regulations by the most convenient or most recent study session we have, the next one.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon?
I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? See no discussion? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yeah. Mr. Rogers, this came before the city council, short-term rentals came before the city council in 2021, I think. Was there work done at that point on this issue? I mean, we did it in a study session.
Yes, ma'am. We do have some initial work that was done, and I think that's why we're back here before you. It's just to make sure whether or not that work that was conducted is still relevant, still pertinent to this body of council, and whether or not that council wants to move forward with an ordinance and policy. There were some, I think, outstanding questions there about how do we enforce? Do we want to enforce? Is this truly an issue in our community? I think since then, 2 years, we've seen an evolution to short-term rentals.
Yeah.
And the impact that they have.
Yeah, I think that's 3 times the number that we were told. We were told there are 100.
Quite possibly, man, back at the time, we'd have
Yeah.
to go back and take a look, but it just this is going to only continue to grow, and I think what we've seen just with these most two recent disturbances, the use of these are becoming even more creative than what I think we initially discussed back in 2021.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any council members. Any more council discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, motion passes unanimously 9-0. Okay. Councilmember Kim. All right, sorry. Do any council members have administrative business, emergency, unforeseen circumstances? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So earlier today, we had, during citizen communication, Ms. Sanchez requested, had some requests to see if we can, there anything that the city can actually do to potentially change the ways, I'll say, that the current existing master district in the Northern Range is currently the way that they're actually working. So my motion, it's a two-part, and I'd like to get this done by the first quarter of this year, is my motion is to request for staff to look into Ms. Sanchez's request and to have staff explore other ideas on the possibility of dissolving existing metro districts to bring back the ideas to a study session by the end of the first quarter of 2024. That's my motion.
A motion on the floor. Need a second? Councilmember Chacon?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, discussion? Okay, Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Before I do a vote on this, Councilmember Kim, could you possibly clarify the motion?
Which part?
All of it.
So the first part of this is regarding Ms. Sanchez's request. She came before citizen communication, right? You guys are fully aware as to she was requesting to see if there's anything the city can do to kind of look into to potentially change the change the medium essentially that is being utilized by the existing metro district. In addition to that, the second part would be is to look at potentially exploring ideas only to come back before a study session with regards to dissolving existing metro districts. Now, what that looks like at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know if that's even legally possible, right? So this is stuff that this is just an exploratory idea to see if there's any way that we can help. Now, mind you, we do have some, we do have an affordable housing issue. And of course, property taxes are on the rise, we know what Governor Pohl said and all, so.
If you don't turn me off, you don't know I raised my hand.
Yeah, it's not on there yet.
Are
All
you
right,
done? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Is that
That
satisfactory?
was sufficient. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I will be supporting this.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Okay, I would like to make another friendly amendment because I was going to be bringing this up later as a separate item, and it's all part of metro districts anyway. And that was, two things, Councilmember Kim. One would be to bring it back when the staff is bringing us the information on alternative forms of funding infrastructure for new development. We were looking at alternatives to metro districts as well. So you have dissolution, you have alternatives to metro districts as part of the conversation. And then the third part is, which I brought up in December, is the issue of nonprofit affordable housing and its impact on metro districts and metro district debt. So could we wrap all of those together, Council Members Kim and Chacon?
Councilmember Kim?
Make it a bigger conversation.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
Motion on the floor, a second. All right,
Does the seconder accept the amendment as well?
yes. Okay. Councilmember Dukes, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, that was my comment. How do you make this a larger discussion? I know that was a question around, I know it's been on a conversation about metro districts for a number of years, and possibly having this as a larger discussion versus standalone, and it sounds like that's possible.
Okay, no other discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Can you repeat the motion? I'm not sure what we're voting on.
Okay. Councilmember Kim, go ahead and clarify you, and then Mayor Pro Tem, with your friendly amendment.
So the first part of this was to citizen communication. Ms. Sanchez came forward, right? She was asking about if there was anything that the city could do to explore as far as maybe having a discussion with the Metro District that was discussed, and to basically change their medium as to the way that they actually provide their board meeting. Now, I know we probably don't have any form of control in that department. However, it does not hurt to actually explore it, right? The second part of this was actually looking at other possibilities or ideas as far as dissolving existing metro districts. Now, what that looks like at the end of the day, don't know. Don't know if it is legally allowable, I'll say. So, but this is something that I would request, that I'm requesting for for city staff to look into, to bring back by the first quarter of this year during a study session. Then there was an amendment. Council Mayor Pro Tem Noble, if you want to explain your amendment.
Yes. And to provide analysis of nonprofit affordable housing impact on metro districts' debt and bonding, and bring it all back when you present the alternative metro district, alternative infrastructure mechanisms.
Councilmember Madera, is that clear? You want some discussion on it? Councilmember Teeter?
Can't we just ask our city attorney if that's illegal? Don't we have a legal contract with these metro districts?
I could not answer today
Okay.
with respect to the depth of questions that are presented. It's a pretty complicated
It is. It's very complicated.
questions.
But the way I understood when we set up those metro districts, it was basically a contract with each individual metro district.
I will say, as council's aware, there are service plans that are approved by council, and there are IGAs that are similarly approved by council, to which the city could be a party, and a whole bunch of other related items. So it's certainly complicated.
So are you saying there's room for us to negotiate with the metro districts or not?
No, I'm saying in general, the concept of dissolution is a pretty complicated subject. That's, the various procedures are defined by the Special District Act, but even within that, there's a whole number of complications involving financial plans and various other items that we can certainly discuss at length and answer council's questions at a study session if the motion passes. But yeah, certainly couldn't respond as to that one on 1 foot today.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes 9-0. I had an item that I'd like to bring up. Over the weekend, I had a discussion with some residents that live in East Point area, and there was an incident in their HOA park, which is private property. Some residents there received a citation, and so need some clarity on what exactly on private property you can do with an animal. Does their dog have to be on a leash on the private property? If it leaves the private property and goes onto the road or the public street or public sidewalk, it has to be leashed. But as far as a dog in a confined area, that it's a metro district and all the neighbors have working together to know what the rules are. There hasn't been any incident, but on their part, but there's been citations that have been put upon these folks. And it's not clear because it's not consistent on what they can and can't do, because they've spoken with officers say, there's no problem, you're on private property. So there's an incident, I won't talk about the incident as far as just that, but I need to, I believe earlier we had someone who wanted to speak on that in citizen communication, and so I'm bringing it forward. And so I'm trying to understand what the nature of this situation under, let's see, I think it's ordinance 4-2005. And Councilmember Dukes, did you want to say something as well on this? Okay, all right. Chief, you're here. Could you come forward and at least answer that question?
But before doing that, sir, so, and Chief, you may come up. One thing, just so that there's some clarity, what we have under our municipal code is what I call your basic practice of law. When you find CCNRs or other requirements that an HOA or a neighborhood is governing themselves by, they layer on top. So they go above and beyond what is the basic practice of law. So what we have on section 4-2005 states that no owner of any animal shall fail to keep such animal on the premises of the owner unless such animal is under the control of the owner under one of the two following conditions. The animal is on a leash or the animal is within a vehicle. It goes on to further state under that's under section A of 4-2005, that under C, this section shall not apply to dogs running off leash within the physical confines of an area designated by the city as an off-leash dog park site. It does state that it shall be an affirmative defense to this section that the animal was contained entirely upon private property with the consent of the person in lawful possession of such property. We have always interpreted that section to be thinking about, you have a backyard, you have a fence, your dog can be off your leash in your backyard because it is being contained within your private property. So it's the application of that law and that which we have only one dog park in the city, which has been identified to this time and date as an off-leash dog park site.
Okay. Now, with that, can a HOA, in this circumstances, can they put a fence around that park? Would that be allowable under city code as far as like getting a permit to do that?
So the HOA could move forward with erecting any structure around the property that they have. Obviously, they would have to go through their own, I'll call it practices and processes that they have identified within their CCNRs that govern how they would be able to take those actions and have feedback. And then they would, and I think that is something that we would then work with them on identifying the use of that park, because it may be very different than what was approved during their subdivision and development plan. So there may have to be certain adjustments to that. I will say this, we've not been approached by a neighborhood seeking to, like I said, reimagine a park from what's been a traditional use to a dog park or a portion of that. But I would say that you raised some type of fence structure, I would assume that we would want to see to comport with section 4-2005. That's my view of it from a policy perspective.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, being so patient.
Sure, I think, thank you for the question. I think part of the challenge here is that the assertion is that the HOA president has given permission for this to be an off-leash park. And I think if you were to look at this in reverse, if the neighbors there who do enjoy their dogs off-leash suddenly find themselves with an HOA president who got bit by a dog as a child and doesn't care for dogs, does that same person then have the authority to make that a non-leash park, to take that away? The park is held open for public use. It's not fenced, it's not signed, and anybody can walk through it. And that's part of the challenge that we have. And in researching this today with my staff, my understanding was that this very issue was looked at last year, perhaps the year before last, and the conclusions that were reached were that the municipal ordinance here does apply and that the dogs do need to be on leash. Now, we did outreach to the HOA, and I outreached to the individual who was a complainant, and the police department has certainly offered to partner with them to research some strategies if that's a path they want to go down. We're more than happy to help shepherd that however we can within the confines of the municipal code. But our interpretation at this point is that the dogs still should be leashed. And I understand there's some fine points there. I do think this is probably something that's well suited for our municipal court to sort through and maybe give us some kind of firmer decision.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually like to make a motion as well. I want to make a motion to direct our staff to hold a study session specifically around our safety action zone and how it connects to our Vision Zero. I think with the number of speeding and the challenges that we have all encountered across the city, want to make sure that we look at what's possible to implement best practices around speeding, around our hazard zones, which we adopted just recently, and look at larger implementation and how that connects to our safety action plan. So I'd love to have that within the first quarter of this upcoming year so that we can find some solutions.
So just a point of clarity, are you looking at our high hazard zones that we just most recently adopted in relation to traffic safety and or being able to mitigate some of the traffic concerns with speeding and other aspects?
Correct. As it connects to the larger safety plan. And in that high hazard, I'm curious around, as part of the study session, around what are the promising practices, how do we think about expanding hazard zones, and ultimately, is this a safe deterrent for speeding in places that are of hazard for our community?
Brittany was making me aware that we already have an item to bring forward to council on February 12th if the second reading on February 5th is approved by council.
Say that one more time.
In the event that the 2-2 is approved on 2-5, the assumption would be, having already had a conversation with our staff about the most recent adoption and giving a status update on where we stand with that, we're going to be putting something similar to that on 2-12.
Okay, so there's an item already in place.
Potentially, if you all adopt the 2-2 ordinance on 2-5. I know that's confusing, but
Okay.
yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. And so I could bring these questions up as we talk about 2-2. Correct? We're in a hazard.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers was just referencing that if the ordinance decreasing the number of regular meetings to 2 passes on second reading,
Yes.
then the February 12th date will actually be a study session as opposed to a regular meeting. But we can't say, sitting here today, since it hasn't passed on second reading yet, what will happen on the 12th,
Oh,
but
okay,
that's
okay.
the assumption.
My
So
apologies.
overall, if we can have a study session
Yes,
about this topic, that would be amazing.
absolutely.
All
So
right,
that's a motion.
it's a motion?
Yeah.
All right, I got a motion on the floor. Get a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. All right, motion passes 9-0. I just have one more item to add. If this passes on first reading next month, is there any way we can put on a study session, safe sidewalks to school? Look at that with 27J in Brighton, because there's a huge disconnect for kids to have to go to middle school or high school that live on the east side of Sable, actually Chambers area. They would love to ride their bike or, in a safe capacity, but they can't. And I'm really praying that nobody gets hurt between now and whenever we can take care of this, because it's a very dangerous road, very high speeds and everything. We have sidewalks that go over the bridge, and then there's a barrier that cuts them off. So you have to go over that barrier, cross a merging lane that's going north, and then walk across that busy intersection, but get to no sidewalk. So,
Are you looking for a joint presentation on that study session?
well, that'd be great too. I did speak, I had an opportunity to speak with the mayor of Brighton, and when I was in Atlanta, and they're looking to as well address that issue. So if we can make that happen, then that'd be great.
We can definitely do our best to try to get that scheduled. I would also say we do have an existing meeting with 27J and the city of Brighton on January 30th.
Right.
So that may be also another place to have it be on an agenda to discuss, since we will already have a captivated audience with the two other organizations.
Okay, appreciate that. So So should we just wait then, if we have a conversation with 27J, or should I just make a motion?
I think we
Future
can
study
broach the
session.
topic with 27J in the city of Brighton on the 30th.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be able to have combined next steps on what all of us will be doing to kind of bring back to what would be a special study session or a special meeting where the bodies come back together.
All right. All right, well, then I'll wait on that. Okay, so, okay, that takes care of council administrative business.
One more.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I would like to bring this up for a study session, and that is to look at the road that goes onto 6th and 85 off of 68th, to close that road so that we can prohibit trucks from coming down 68th to use that. There are two roads there, and the truck drivers can certainly use the other one to get on 6th and 85. And this way, if we examine the situation and look at it to see if that's legally something that we can do, I think that will begin to solve some of the problems of the trucks using that as a truck route to come through a school zone, through a residential area to do their business. And I want to thank Ms. Valdez for bringing this idea forward. As she stated earlier, the staff did not relay contact information to the mayor to meet with her. However, I set something up, and the mayor met with Ms. Valdez, as I did, to examine this, and then we went and looked at it, and it makes perfect sense. And so I want to find out if this is doable. I don't know who owns that little piece of road, but this should have been looked at a long time ago and hasn't been. And I want to put this on a study session. This should not be put off any longer. There is no reason for businesses to be using that route as a truck route to expedite what they're doing at the risk of putting our citizens in danger.
Point of clarification, ma'am. I'm looking at a map. Are you talking about East 68th Avenue's intersection with Brighton Boulevard?
Well, it's the road that goes from Brighton Boulevard off, as you go past Brighton Boulevard off of 68th, and then it goes down to
85?
connect. Yeah, so there's actually two ways to get to 6th and 85 there.
I see that there's a slanted off-ramp, for lack of
Yeah,
better
and
words.
I would suggest that maybe you go out and look at it yourself, because I really didn't understand it until I went and saw it.
No, I'm familiar with that, those roadways. I didn't know if that's the particular roadway or if you're talking also
Yeah,
about.
I want to look at the possibility of how probable that might be. I don't know who owns the road, who has the rights to that road as far as jurisdiction is concerned, but I think it's something that needs to be examined. And if we don't have jurisdiction over it, I think that we should go the extra mile to find out how we can make this happen. Because this is a concern for the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And we have to start putting people before the economy. The health of the economy doesn't happen unless our people are safe and healthy. So if the businesses have to go out of their way to find another route and use that other road, then I think they should. But this is something that we owe them to look at and examine so that we can explore the possibilities. So I would like that put on a study session. I'd like to make that motion, please.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Get a second. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second.
Okay, a first and a second. Council discussion, Council Madera?
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this because while I agree that the split shouldn't be used by trucking companies to access Highway 85, you're also going to solve the problem with me accessing the rest of Commerce City. You know, it's going to cut off access for our entire neighborhood. You know, kind of, I forget what the saying is, but, you know, cut off your nose to spite your face type of thing. So, you know, the way that I say it's pretty crucial because we really only have one exit out of that neighborhood. It's either you go on Brighton or you go to Highway 85. So your next route to get onto Highway 85, you'd have to go southbound, go under Sand Creek on 64th, under that sketchy railroad bridge that, you know, is always flooding all the time whenever it rains. And then, you know, coming in the back way, or you have to go north on Brighton Boulevard and you'd have to make a U-turn onto Highway 85 when Brighton Boulevard right there during rush hour is already backed up half a mile. It's backed up past that split. So just the amount of damage you do to our neighborhood and just access to our neighborhood and access from our neighborhood to the rest of the city would be detrimental. So I can't support this.
All I'm asking for is for this to be explored at this point.
It's a study session.
Yeah, I live there. I know the road.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, do you have something?
No other comment. I had something new.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter? Mike, please.
I have to agree with Oscar. That road was put in there for back in the day when Adams City High School would let out. If that road wasn't there, they would have to go up to Brighton Boulevard, take a left, and they would have to sit through probably 4 or 5 lights before they got up to the intersection so that they could go southbound on Highway 85. And that's the reason that road was put in there. So now the residents that live over in that area, they could just, you know, to get on Highway 85 going southbound, they take that little ramp onto Highway 85 and they don't have to sit through 1 and 2 or 3 lights up at 69th. And that's the reason it's there, is for
I appreciate that Adams City High School is no longer located there.
I know, but those residents still live there. And
But
that's
this
their only
is a
way
study
out.
session,
Councilmember
so that's all I'm asking
Okay,
for.
Councilmember Douglas, you need to finish before you speak, please.
Sorry.
That's all I have. That's the
Okay.
reason for it.
Councilmember Ford? Thank you.
I'm not opposed to having a study session to see what staff can come up with. I think it would be interesting to see what our engineering department can figure out how to reduce some of the trucks in the area. I do believe that the right-of-way between Brighton Road and Highway 85 is going to be state right-of-way, and you'll have to involve the CDOT to have a discussion there. And as some of my colleagues have mentioned, there is a lack of access from the part of Commerce City that sits on the east side of 85 to the part of Commerce City that sits on the west side of Highway 85 because of some of the impacts. We no longer are utilizing Old Mill Road, which was an access that would go through to there. We also have had discussions about having 60th Avenue be able to go straight through, up and over to drop down, get rid of underneath of the creek problem. I mean, we have explored a lot of different options. I would like to see between our police department and our city engineers what they can come up with from a perspective of how to reduce the truck traffic on 68th rather than creating another problem, trying to fix one problem to create another problem. But I'm open to seeing what staff can come up with. And once you have some of those ideas to bring forward, I'm willing to hear that in a study session. But I do think that there are create opportunity to create more problems by fixing one. So I think it's important to try to get the trucks off of 68th, but I want to do it in the right manner. So put on your thinking caps and see what you guys all can come back with.
All right. I have a motion and a second to approve this item. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Nay. Was it 2 nays or 1 nay? 2. Okay, so it passes 7-2. Okay, all right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'm sorry that I have to bring this up. City Manager Rogers, we have a meeting upcoming with 27J. There is a question of the high school on 96th, but the part that I haven't seen is any kind of conversation with the community about what they would like to see for a city park. And I believe that that we need to hold something like that. So far, there's only been a high school meeting, and the residents who attended that said that they were shown 3 designs and were told, pick from these 3. I don't think that that gives the community the opportunity to talk about what they wanted to see in a city park, which has been on the floor for a very, very, very long time. So I'd like the city to host something like that, if that's possible. I don't know if this is appropriate during this, but I don't know why we skipped it when we've done it for Oasis, we've done it for the Second Creek Farm Park and so forth.
So for this, because there's no funding for the park, ma'am, there's not been any appropriation under the CIPP for the park. There's been no approval, support given to go to the design phase because a lot of this was still being predicated on, prior to my time in this role, certain negotiations and discussions about what was to occur with that property between the developer, between the city, between the school district, and then between the city and the school district. I will just note, we do have an item on the agenda for January 22nd. School district would be coming forward to the city to talk about the high school site, certain alternatives that they want to do from design, which then obviously then influence the amount of land that we may or may not have, depending upon the level of partnership we want to enter into with the school district. So that's also a driving force as well, is to understand what would be the residual property, whether it's 20 to 30 acres or the entire 46.8 as identified in the zoning. But I think that's where we need to have that discussion at the staff level with council and their staff coming forward with what they've been driving because of their bond and having to meet their bond obligations that we have to respond to. So I would say absolutely accurate that we need to do a workshop with our community about what that park would look like. But until we have any significant amount of funding to go towards that potential park, it may be premature to do so because we have to manage expectations of what we can actually deliver within a period of time and that we have the ability to fund, per se.
Okay, I understand that. I think it would would be good to manage the expectations also, not just of our community, but also of the city council, and for any misunderstanding regarding the fact that it was going to be a city park and a high school.
Yes, ma'am. And like, it'll still be a city park. We just don't have the funding yet to be able to move that forward. And the practice of what we were able to do with Second Creek and Oasis is you all subscribed funding either through the 2K Cinderella bonds for the Second Creek farms, which enabled us to do some level of due diligence, investigation, and workshopping with the community so that we could actually then bring that forward. And then you all used another $2 million out of the unassigned general fund balance for the Oasis Park, which allowed us to be able to activate. Now, I do want to take a quick step. We are doing a high-level review of what a community park would be done, but when you look at it in the scale of design, you're looking at something closer to 5 to 10, maybe most 15%. So you're not able to get a lot of great numbers on it, but you're able to assess what could you specifically do or probably do on that property. But I'm speaking a little too technical here, but pulling it back up, high-level design of some things that could be done once we have the appropriate funding to do so, but not beholden to do those improvements on the property. But it gives a sense to the community of what we have left over that meets their desires and their needs, coming through either the master plan or through workshops, combination thereof. I like the combination thereof. But that is really going to be predicated on when we have the conversation around the school. Do they want more land to meet their needs, and are we willing to give up more land to meet their needs? Or if we're not, then that's direction even for us then to start thinking about the community park and what that looks like.
Good. All right. See no other discussion. Okay, the next item is reports. We'll invite the city manager to make their reports.
Yes, sir, and I will hit just the high notes. As we were talking about 122, there was a discussion about potentially shifting the URA meeting that was anticipated for tonight to that meeting. Right now, we're currently slated for a whole host of different discussion topics on that night. We have the PRG master plan, an update on Paradise Island facility repairs as we were going through our winterization process. We just briefly talked about the discussion of 27J High School site alternatives, and then federal legislative discussion. We had also initially anticipated bringing the special district financing options, but based off of the topic that was voted upon and moved forward by council on broadening that topic, we're going to push that out so that we can do that due diligence. If we were to add the URA, the study session would conclude at 9:30, giving URA an hour's worth of time. So it may be prudent not to rush the URA because that agenda was to discuss not only bylaws, but identifying a regular meeting time and date that would be able to accommodate the necessary work that's being conducted by the URA. So I would actually make a recommendation of shifting that to 2/5 as our next URA date, given that 22nd has the ability, because of the topics, and those are time-sensitive topics, that I would focus on those. So that's for your consideration there. As well, just as a highlight, we are beginning the process in economic development for ICSC 2024. We've received interest from individual council members about wanting to potentially participate at that upcoming conference in May at Las Vegas. On the 2/5 agenda, we're going to be putting an item on for discussing greater detail about what is going to kind of be an outline of an approach that staff typically takes when going to that conference, and that if council so chooses to pick up the 2 council members to attend with staff at that conference. And I say up to 2 because it's also when we were at that conference where we have somewhat confidential meetings and discussions with potential end users, and that if we have 3 or more council members that attend those meetings, we would have to publicly notice those meetings, which then makes it somewhat difficult for us to conduct business as necessary to attract some of those users. But that's why there's the recommendation of 2 for transparency reasons. I'd like to also welcome Mr. Jared Gerber. Mr. Gerber, if you don't mind standing up, sir. Mr. Gerber joined us today, and he is our new Community Development Director. So I'd like to thank him for joining the Commerce City family and looking forward to the good work that he's going to be able to bring forward in that department. There is a quick item that I'd like to share that our PD has been contacted by 27J, asking us to partner in what is called the Handle with Care program, which is a nationwide program that is a trauma-informed collaboration between local law enforcement and schools that is with the emphasis of providing resources and awareness of events in the community that may or may not have an impact on the student body. We are currently assessing what that partnership might look like for Commerce City PD, and as we get more information, we will bring that forward. Riffing on a point by Councilmember Dukes, bringing up a safety action plan, we do plan on bringing a grant that we have received, the Safety Actions Plan grant in February. That is the precursor to a Vision Zero plan. This will be the selection of a contractor to help us identify a safe systems approach, which is heavy on equitable and diverse public engagement. The City of Boulder took a similar step as what we're discussing and eventually was awarded $23 million in grant funding to implement various aspects of this plan. So you'll see that first step in February. Last but not least, once again, kind of talking on some items, we're all very much aware about the BNSF Railway is closed at 104th in both directions at Highway 2. We anticipate that that should hopefully be concluded by the end of this week. If it's subject to change, we will make sure to get that communication out. That is looking at improving not just the actual rail line itself, but also the approaches on both sides at that intersection. And since we do not have a Monday next week, I am making you all aware that I will be out of the office on Friday, January 19th, and Kathy will be the acting city manager in my absence.
All right, thank you. All right, interim city attorney Geiger, you have any reports?
I do not have anything specific to report to you all this evening. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, would the council want to extend the meeting for another half hour? If not, we're going to have to do something different here. So I make a motion to extend the meeting for a half hour. Any discussions?
Until midnight?
Yeah. Because it's, oh, that's my motion. It's city man, I'm sorry. Councilmember Madera.
So I just think, you know, we have some pretty important topics that we shouldn't be discussing at midnight, you know. It's, you know, we can extend the meeting, but I just don't think it's prudent to discuss that. We should really move these topics up to the beginning of the meeting going forward. I don't know how many times we got to the meeting and we get down to, you know, this exact topic, and then, you know, it's 12 o'clock in the morning and we go into executive session, and next thing you know, it's 1 in the morning, people are tired and not engaged, and I just don't think that's fair to our employees.
No, I understand. I know before we used to have the executive session at 6, if we had executive session. So we'd start out the meeting with the executive session for an hour, then start the meeting. So something we need to discuss. So there's a motion on the floor. Need a second. Councilmember Kim?
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. So you got 2 nays? Or 3? 2 hands. 2? All right. Motion passes 7-2. Okay, any council members have report or wish just to wait until next regular meeting?
Sounds good to me.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you. I actually do have a question for City Manager Rogers regarding your report. One of the questions I do have is regarding the, we got a triathlon coming up here this year. Just kind of curious as to when Mr. Duda or someone from PRG is going to start coming up again with the committee.
That's a great question. I haven't been able to engage with them on that topic, but since you have raised it, we will circle back, and at the next meeting on the 22nd, we'll have an update for you.
I also expect Mr. Zarzaki to actually participate in that triathlon as well. So I'm just kidding. Okay, as far as my report, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. As far as my report, December 29th, I went to Adams County Courthouse, Division M, to see the individual appear before the judge regarding the death of Kara Kincaid. This is how broke our justice system is. And this is really, it doesn't bring Kara back with the family altogether. But in 2019, this gentleman who will remain, not really gentleman, this coward who will remain nameless, was charged with a DUI at that point, which he will now serve 365 days for and also provided 10 days credit for. And then, of course, in 2023, a vehicular homicide occurs with DUI, where he will potentially serve 10 years with a 3-year mandatory probation. That is how jacked up our justice system is. You've got a 16-year-old who was killed in a hit and run. That coward didn't even stop. He ended up just continuing on as he was potentially drunk and high. Both terms will be served consecutively, but there is good chance that he will not serve the full 10 years. More than likely, he will probably serve 3 years and then get out from there on parole. Breaks my heart altogether to Christina, Miss Christina Langell, and her husband. I know it doesn't bring Kara back, but and I hate to say it, for the lack of a better term, justice was served, but not good enough in my opinion. On January 4th, I attended the Youth Commission. I do have a question regarding so Youth Commission actually did a teddy bear drive, and I believe that was with CCPD. And I'm just kind of curious as to know how that has been going. I believe they collected over, 5 million teddy bears, provided the CCPD, and just wondering, has that been successful as far as when it comes to passing them out to various people? Thank you, Chief.
Certainly, thanks for the question. It has been successful. I do not have an exact number, but we have many teddy bears wrapped up in plastic bags and throughout all our cars and throughout the department to hand out to kids who might have a need for a teddy bear who've experienced trauma. So it has been very successful.
Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate that feedback. On January 4th, Ms. Elena Smith from the Sand Creek Regional Greenway, she's looking for a partnership with the Youth Commission for folks that are ages between 10 and 17. More specifically, what they're looking at doing is collect trash along the Sand Creek within Commerce City boundaries to create art that maybe you have seen in other city trails. I know I have. The Youth Commission, or those that are youth in general, will be part of the artist selection process, the vision as to what the design should be with the trash that was collected. And that will be displayed within Commerce City on Sand Creek Trails between June and September 2024. They do plan on having a first meeting scheduled for February 22nd at 5:30 at Eagle Point for those who are interested.
Sadly, but it's a loss and a gain. A loss for Youth Commission. Jenny Penincello was stolen. I'll say the word stolen again by finance as our grant writer. Leslie Yang will be taking over as an interim liaison for the Youth Commission. I saw that the Housing Authority meeting was canceled for this January 10th, but the next meeting, I believe, is scheduled for February 14th at 5:45 p.m. Located at the Housing Authority office at 6230 Glencoe Street on the second floor for those who wish to attend. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two points in my report. One is that unfortunately I have a work conflict for a schedule for Rotary, and so I'm going to defer that appointment to the council member Teeter as he expressed interest that night. The other report, I just want to use this opportunity to seize this opportunity to shine light on some of the residents who embody our strategic goals as a council and as a city. Specifically, the City Unite and Wellness to promote city unity and support our diverse communities by encouraging the community connectedness, fostering civic pride, and improving residents' health and wellness. And so I want to highlight Miss Marissa Mink from Stewart Middle School. Over the last 7 years, Ms. Mink has served as a community liaison, as well as choir teacher, as well as a number of other hats at the middle school, at the middle school. She's been orchestrating community efforts to provide gifts through our Giving Tree for Christmas. In her role, she has gone above and beyond, and this year alone, her efforts resulted in collecting over 123 gifts for 30 Stewart families that are in need. I just want to highlight Ms. Mink's dedication is invaluable. It really emphasizes and expresses the spirit of our community, and it's truly great. And I want to recognize our neighbors as we move forward. I look forward to providing these different kind of updates during my city council report, because one of the joys of the city is our citizens and our residents that make the city great. So I look forward to sharing more.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I would like to echo your sentiments about recognizing Marissa. She is amazing, and she has empowered so many students, especially those who might not always be the ones who are recognized. I don't know. She brings out the best in the kids who might think less of themselves, and to see themselves through another lens. And so, yes, thank you for bringing her forward. And yes, we do need to start recognizing those people who are committed to our community, such as two members of our community who are in our audience right now, Ms. Jackie Valdez and Ms. Joy Bishop, and their dedication to the people who live here. They've connected me with so many people here, and thank you. That's really all I can say about that. Thank you. I went to the Booths and Business lunch at the National Western Stock Show, and I'll just leave that at that. It was the food was great, and the entertainment was wonderful. But I've been meaning to bring this forward for quite a while. I went over to the food bank when somebody was in need, and usually people have to get signed up there to access the food. But I set it up so that if there's anyone who finds out about somebody who's in need of food, they're open on Wednesdays, I will go do the cart run or whatever, and I can deliver it to them. So I am signed up as someone who can pick up food for someone who is in need, so they don't have to go sign up themselves. So I just wanted everybody on council to know about that, and please contact me. Feel free to contact me if you know of anybody who's in pinch and they need something from the pantry. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Thanks, Mayor. First, Commerce City Rotary Club has a program every year called Heart and Soul Program, and we raise money all year long. And then at Christmas time, we go out as Rotarians and take on multiple families, each Rotarian, and we buy shoes, socks, gloves, other things of that nature for children within Adams 14. And this year, we have done hundreds, I know it's over 500 that we were able to meet at our local Walmart and shop for and be able to provide these things for some of these families. The families were all grateful. Great program. It gives a lot of people in our community, a lot of kids that otherwise wouldn't have a Christmas gift, the opportunity to have gifts. But the reason I wanted to speak tonight is because I did attend Boots and Business on Friday, but Saturday I went back to the stock show. I took my grandkids and tried to enjoy, let them see all the ponies and do all the stuff that they wanted to do. And it just so happened that I was on the second floor of the Hall of Education, and I was standing there while my grandkids were riding their ponies in this little merry-go-round thing, and I noticed pictures all over this wall. And I started looking at these pictures, and they were amazing. These kids, I mean, they were third, fourth, fifth grade type kids, and some of these drawings, and there was even some oil paintings, you would swear that you were in an art show. I mean, it was phenomenal. And I couldn't believe these young kids were doing this, and I got to looking at who these kids were and where they were from. I don't know who the art teacher is for Adams City Middle School, but there were the majority of the pictures on that wall came from students at Adams 14 from the middle school, and they were phenomenal. A lot of them won awards. Some of them were just honorable mention. But to make it to that level and to see that at an event at the National Western Complex, I have to give kudos to the art teacher for Adams City Middle School. And if anybody happens to go to the stock show this year, please go to the Hall of Education and go up on that second floor where all the kids' stuff is, and look at the wall that's on the opposite side of where the elevators are, over by the restrooms, and take a look at the artwork from the Adams City Middle School kids, because it was truly amazing. And I just want to give a shout out to that art teacher. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's make mine brief. I attended the Boots and Business as well. Very well attended, but the message from the mayor of Denver that I got of it, basically he cleaned up the city so when the stock show was here, they didn't have to see homeless. Instead of saying, hey, we got people off the street and they're in a better place right now. That'd been the better message, not the fact that they cleaned it up for their business. Did a 2.5-hour ride along with our URA manager, Bill Akins. Bill took me around to the sites and everything to get me on onboarding, spend about an hour with our intern attorney, do some logistics, and also had a conversation with Ms. Valdez as well. I'm looking forward to our next conversation on January 16th. And I also did a 3+ hour drive on Sunday through Commerce City, various areas looking at construction, homelessness, and just pretty much seeing where our city is. And I just wasn't too happy that over in Monaco Park, they're redoing it, but they're also taking down trees. And so I hope they're done taking the trees down, because those are some beautiful trees, unless they're in the way of a project. And it'd be nice to see exactly how that's going to be finished. But that's all I have for now. So anybody else? See no one else. Let's see. Tonight we have 2 executive sessions. We'll make a motion and vote on
Mayor,
each.
if I
Yes.
may, just for the first executive session, given tonight's discussion, that item may not be ripe until we're able to come back to you all as you requested at a study session. Having talked with the assistant city manager, the risk of potentially losing out on real property is low to medium. But I think it's important for us to have that conversation as you all have requested before taking that step.
I appreciate that. I was going to ask to do that, so thank you for making that. All right, the next one is city manager, do you wish to discuss, hold on. Let me get through, okay, yes. All right, the next action is a 24-002. City manager, do you wish for this discussion to happen in open session or executive session?
Executive session, sir.
Okay, I need a motion second to enter an executive session pursuant to CRS 246-402, parentheses 4F and I, for the purpose of discussion, personal matters, specific discussion of annual performance evaluation of the city manager. Excuse me. Councilmember Dukes.
So moved.
I have a second motion. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. All right. Those all in favor say aye. Those opposed?
I think we missed the second, Mayor.
Pardon me?
We missed the seconder.
Oh, sorry. I thought I made a motion, sorry. All right, need a, motion's made. You want to, as seated?
My second?
No.
Oh, yeah, I'd like the motion to move into executive session as described in Mayor Douglas's motion.
Sorry about that.
Recommend motion.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, motion carries 9-0. I need to make a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting immediately following the executive session.
So moved.
All right. Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. All right, 8-1, it passes. We'll now move into executive sessions. City Council will not return to take action following executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned. Following executive session, and the meeting broadcast and recording will end. Thank you.
So the adjournment's automatically at midnight
Yep.
or earlier.
All right.